The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 9th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Vince Fong to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Arizona, Mrs. Lesko, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor my husband, Joseph Lesko. He is here in the House gallery today, right there. I'm totally convinced that God brought Joe and I together. We met in July in Phoenix at a snow skiing club, believe it or not. And both of us, it was our first time attending the meeting. That had to be fate. I knew as soon as I saw him that I had to talk to that man. And I made a beeline over to talk to him. We've now been married for over 30 years. This will be my last year in Congress. I've decided it's time for me to go home and join my husband, Joe, our children, our grandchildren, my mother, my sister, my brother, my entire family lives within 20 minutes of my home, and I'm here in Washington, D.C. most of the time. So it's time for me to go home. I want to thank my husband, Joe, for being a wonderful husband and a wonderful father and a wonderful grandfather. He has been there for me and our children through the ups and downs. He has supported me when my opponents vilified me on TV commercials. It hurt him probably more than me. He has stood by me when I had to be here in Washington, D.C. working, and he was at home. And it's hard. It's hard on a family. It's hard on a husband. I want to thank you, Joe, for always being there for me. Thank you for being a great husband and father. Thank you for being a great man. I love you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my mother, Dolores Lorenz. My mom will be 95 years old this year, and she's still going strong. She lives on her own. She cuts her own grass. I hope I can be like her. My mom has always been there for me. She stayed home and raised us kids. She worked hard. Believe me, being a mom is hard work. She got up early in the morning because my dad had to go to work very early in the morning, and she'd make sure that she'd make him breakfast every morning. She washed our clothes, she cleaned up everything, she made our dinners. She was famous at baking pies, although she said she's now retired from baking pies, which makes me sad. She helped us, all of us kids, with our homework. And when I ran for Congress, my mother stood in the heat in front of Ace Hardware store outside of Phoenix, Arizona, and walked her whole neighborhood to collect signatures to get me on the ballot. I love my mom. She made me who I am. Thank you, Mom, for always being there for me. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair reminds members not to refer to persons in the gallery. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize July as Park and Recreation Month. It's a fitting month to celebrate as many Americans visit our federal, state, and local public parks and recreation systems this summer. As a lifelong resident of rural Pennsylvania, an avid outdoorsman, and a former recreational therapist, I strongly support our nation's park and recreation facilities. Our parks provide countless recreational and educational opportunities for individuals and families to enjoy outdoors. This month recognizes the important role these parks and public facilities play in the lives of Americans and the contributions of employees who work every day to maintain public parks across the nation. Our parks create opportunities for people to come together and experience a sense of community. They contribute to local economies by attracting businesses, jobs, and increasing housing values. 90% of people in the United States agree that public park recreation facilities and activities are important government services. This support spans across all people in the country, regardless of race, income, or political affiliation. Nearly 75% of Americans agree it is important to ensure all members of their community have equitable access to public parks and recreation facilities. In the United States, local public park and recreation agencies generated nearly $201 billion in economic activity and supported almost 1.1 million jobs. The most economically sound areas are those with ample public park and recreation facilities and activities. A key factor in business expansion and location decisions is the quality of life for employees, with a premium placed on adequate and accessible public parks and open space. Mr. Speaker, public parks and recreation facilities foster a variety of activities that contribute to a healthier society. Americans living within a 10-minute walk of a park have higher levels of physical activity and lower rates of obesity. People who use public parks and open spaces are 3 times more likely to achieve the recommended levels of physical activity than non-users. Recreation programs at public parks provide children with a safe place to play, access to healthy foods, and opportunities to be physically active, and enrichment facilities that help prevent at-risk behavior such as drug use and gang involvement. Over the summer, many Americans will visit public parks and recreation facilities to spend time outdoors with family and friends and neighbors. We are blessed with beautiful outdoor facilities. It's my hope that all Americans get out and enjoy the parks in their areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the life and service of Judge Jerry Relihan, who passed away last month from a heart attack. Jerry's career in law began as a prosecutor in Kansas City, Missouri. He later founded the law firm of Jerry Relihan, PC, serving the Kansas City metro area for many years. In 2015, he was elected as Associate Circuit Judge for St. Clair County, based in Osceola, Missouri, in the 4th Congressional District, where he served with fairness, compassion, and integrity. Judge Relihan's contributions to our community extended far beyond the courtroom, though. He was a mentor, a leader, a friend to many. His wisdom and kindness touched the lives of countless individuals, and his legacy will continue to inspire us all. Today, we remember Judge Relihan not only for his professional accomplishments, but also for his humanity and the positive impact he had on everyone he met. Our sincere condolences to his family, friends, and all who mourn this great loss. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize 60 years of marriage between Carla and Ben Ford. Carla and Ben are Missouri District 4 constituents living in Johnson County who met on a blind date at the Stockyards. They're not only strong in their marriage, but also in the family they have created and in upholding their American values. Their 60 years together have brought many things to be thankful for, their most important being their 2 children, 3 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. What started out as a blind date turned into 6 decades of love and the beginnings of future family lines. They say that trust, communication, and laughter have kept them together all these years. Congratulations to this Missouri District 4 couple and to the lovely marriage they have had and they have built. Ben and Carla, we wish you many, many more happy years. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we've started a contest, much like the art contest, where you can see the art displayed in the gallery just down the hallway here, but we started a speech contest. We wanted to rebuild patriotism in America, and we're starting with school-age children in the 4th Congressional District. What does America mean to you? We have 2 more winners today, Mr. Speaker, of this contest. Megan Walker from Buffalo High School, Buffalo, Missouri in Dallas County. She says, America to me is a place where I can choose who I want to be and am given the opportunities and resources to do it. America is my home where I can feel safe expressing who I am no matter what I believe. I'm given every chance possible to achieve my goals and build relationships with people that I choose. Americans are encouraged to be creative individuals by our country's leaders, and I'm able to feel safe and protected by my country and the people in it. We are allowed freedoms that many others are not, and I will ever be grateful for America. Our next speech contest winner is Allie Prinzler from Glasgow High School in Glasgow, Missouri, Howard County. America to me means freedom, freedom that has been fought for by brave men and women who serve in the military. It means even more to me since I have family members who have been part of the military. My papa served in the Army to make sure I have the right to make my own choices. My oldest brother is currently serving to make sure I continue to have this right. I am proud of this freedom and those who have fought for this right. Thank you to these students for being a shining example, a light in the classroom, sharing what America means to you. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to emphasize how important the situation is in California right now across the board with our resources, our water supply, our timber, our mining, and our agriculture. Right now, of course, you're probably reading a lot of headlines about the fire situation, how much of our forests and open lands are in big trouble. And you're going to hear that side of the aisle talking all day long about climate change. Like, well, I'd throw back at them. If the climate is changing, what are we actually doing as people on the ground about it besides figuring out who we're going to tax or whose car we're going to take away or whose gas stove we're going to take away? What are we doing practically about making our forests more fireproof or fire safe? What are we doing about our water supply to make sure that there's more water stored so that people, agriculture, and yes, even the environment can use it? What are we doing more to ensure we have a stronger electrical grid? So what is it we have happening? We see that they want to tear out a part of the electrical grid in the form of hydroelectric dams in Northern California, as well as up in Oregon and Washington, et cetera. It's just one after another. Hydroelectric dams provide CO2-free electricity, if you want to worry about the CO2. Now, CO2 only makes up 0.04% of our atmosphere, but they're using it as a weapon in order to force us to change our lifestyles. So let's store more water so we have it for agriculture, so we have it for hydroelectric power, so we have it for all the matter of things that we need water for human use and environmental use. So let's move the ball on that. In my own district, we have a project called the Sites Reservoir that's been talked about for 50 years. It seems to be coming close to fruition of actually getting started to be built, but there's still roadblocks that can be thrown up. There could still be weaponized lawsuits to try and stop the building of Sites Reservoir, which would be 1.5 million more acre-feet of storage for California, as well as its positive flood control benefits when you're pulling that water out of a flooded river system into that reservoir. So why can't we think ahead a little more on these issues with our infrastructure? Agriculture in California is one of the most important components of our food supply for this whole country that you can imagine. We have so much that we grow in California, from the Sacramento Valley, the San Joaquin Valley, that many of those crops, 90 to 99% of it, are grown in California. If we don't grow it there, we're going to have to import it, or we have to do without. If we have to import it, then it means it's going to be higher cost, or it's going to be lesser quality, or it will be a not reliable constant source if they want to play trade games against us with it as well. Why don't we produce it in California? We have the water supply. Hundreds of thousands, millions of acre feet even, escape to the sea each year because we're not storing it, we're not trapping it, we're not putting it into groundwater recharge, which would be extremely helpful for the San Joaquin Valley, especially where they've had the ground has actually subsided. It's sinking somewhat. They've pulled a lot of water out of the ground in order to do agricultural activity. But that said, agriculture also means groundwater recharge. If we're flooding those fields, if we're irrigating those fields, it percolates back down in there. Instead, they take more water away, and they want to, away from the farmers, and they want to replace it with, they call it solar farms, which is an insult. Why would you call that a farm? Indeed, we're finding more and more that these massive solar arrays, as well as windmills, can actually change the climate in the area where they are. Think of the concentration, think of the heat sink. We see that in urban areas. The urban heat sink from so much pavement, so much concrete, so many buildings. Yeah, it raises the temperature. So you want to talk about temperature once again. What are you going to do to the San Joaquin Valley, where their idea is to take more and more ag land out and put so-called solar farms in? We need to have our state be much more productive in keeping agriculture going, keeping the jobs going, having a domestic food supply that's reliable. And so with that comes that infrastructure, building more water supply, not tearing out our hydroelectric dams, but actually preserve them, and adding more to our electrical grid. We have the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant that's been in place for 40 plus years. It was almost going to be decommissioned here this year and next year with the 2 different reactors. It bought 5 more years. Well, we need 40 more years for that plant, and we need more plants like that. We have small nuclear plants we can be building more and more around the country to keep our electric grid stable. And right now, when you see the temperatures in California, and a lot of the West perhaps, over 100 degrees, 105, 108, even some other areas are really high, it's going to be really tough on our electrical grid because we don't seem to have the foresight to produce electricity. So all these things work together for affordability for families just to stay in their homes and run the air conditioner and have a stable food supply that's halfway reasonable in cost. It's a domestic food supply and one that brings jobs to our backyard and the water supply that we all need to do. We need all the above on this. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my sincere gratitude for Brooke Ann Childers, our amazing district director in Savannah. Brooke passionately served the 1st Congressional District of Georgia for many years, and our district is better off for her hard work and dedication. As our district director, Brooke has ensured that the highest level of constituent outreach and services are met throughout the district. From co-founding the Southeastern Rotary E-Club to volunteering across Georgia's 1st District, Brooke continues to improve our community in her professional and private life. She is a member of several women's GOP groups in the 1st Congressional District GOP. In every aspect of Brooke's time with us, she has prioritized the growth, well-being, and empowerment of the people she encounters. I am forever grateful for her leadership in our district office and representation in our community. Good luck on your future endeavors, Brooke. We surely will miss you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the University of Georgia baseball player Charlie Condon, who recently was awarded the Golden Spikes Award. This award is given annually to the premier amateur baseball player in the country, combining on-field accolades with a penchant for sportsmanship. Condon began his career at Georgia as a walk-on and has ended his career as a single-season home run leader at Georgia. He broke the Georgia program record in just 2 seasons of being in the lineup, hitting 62 home runs in only 116 games. Charlie also led the country in home runs, batting average, slugging percentage, total bases, and OPS this season as well. Not only is the university's first Golden Spikes Award winner, but he is also the first Dick Hauser Trophy winner, as well as the Bobby Bragan National Collegiate Slugger Award winner. In addition to his stellar hitting, he was also well accomplished in the field, as playing first and third base and all 3 outfield positions. Congratulations, Charlie, on an amazing career at the University of Georgia. I look forward to seeing how many more home runs you hit in your professional career. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the distinguished career of Mrs. Bernadette Ball Oliver following her recent retirement from the Savannah-Chatham County Public School System. Ms. Ball Oliver completed her successful 35-year career as the Deputy Superintendent of Teaching and Learning for the school system, where she always put the needs of students first. She graduated from Beach High School and returned to Savannah's public school system as a high school English teacher. Throughout her career, she served as a teacher, an assistant principal, a principal, and worked in the central office as a school turnaround executive director for her alma mater before becoming deputy superintendent. Mrs. Ball Oliver is known for her dedication to promoting what is best for students and improving educational outcomes for students across Savannah. I know I join all students, parents, and employees of the Savannah-Chatham County Public School System in wishing Mrs. Ball Oliver a wonderful, well-deserved retirement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share the exciting news that Augusta University has named its next president, my friend, Dr. Russell T. Keene. The Georgia Board of Regents voted for Keene to lead the university, which includes the primary medical and dental school in the state. I echo the words of USG Chancellor Sonny Perdue when I say that we are looking forward to seeing how Dr. Keene continues to push Augusta University toward being one of the best research universities in the nation and to set its students up for lifelong success. Keene is well equipped for the new position as he has over 20 years of experience in higher education, including his current role as Executive Vice President for Administration and Chief of Staff to the retiring President. Congratulations, Russell. You are more than qualified to lead this prestigious institution. I know you will serve the Augusta community very well. Congratulations again, my friend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the negative national security consequences of 3.5 years of President Biden's open border policies. While we hear President Biden and his allies boast about a so-called drop in illegal immigrant encounters in recent weeks, the number of national security threats resulting from this administration's policies continue to mount. According to the Department of Homeland Security's own threat assessment for this year, illegal drugs produced in Mexico and sold in the United States will take more Americans' lives than any other threat we face. Further underscoring the threat our country faces due to the President's open border policies, we learned 2 weeks ago that the Department of Homeland Security has identified more than 400 illegal immigrants that have entered the U.S. over the last 3 years as subjects of concern. They're subjects of concern because they were brought here by an ISIS-affiliated human smuggling network, according to sources who spoke with NBC News. These unnamed officials report that 150 of these individuals have been arrested, but the whereabouts of many more are unknown. We also don't know whether the money earned in this human smuggling operation is funding ISIS activity. A couple of weeks prior to this story, NBC also reported that U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement arrested 8 men from Tajikistan, also for suspected affiliation with ISIS, in 3 major U.S. cities. This turned out to be an entirely separate ISIS-affiliated human smuggling network. Mr. Speaker, these are just a couple of examples from recent weeks. We face many, many more national security threats that are a direct result of open borders and a refusal to uphold existing immigration laws in this country. More than 350 illegal immigrants who are on the terror watch list have attempted to cross into the United States since President Biden took office. More than 1.8 million people have successfully, 1.8 million have successfully evaded Border Patrol, and hundreds of thousands of unknown individuals have been admitted into the U.S. on parole, with no way of tracking many of these individuals. This widespread abuse of parole authority was a key factor in my vote to impeach DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. It has truly paved the way for countless instances of crime across this country. The President's recent executive order is far too little, far too late. It doesn't go far enough to treat these threats to our safety and security with the seriousness that they merit. The action, however, does prove what I've been saying and arguing for months, that the President has and has had the authority to end this crisis at our border. It also highlights the fact that our Commander-in-Chief waited 3.5 years before taking any action to curb the unprecedented flow of illegal immigrants into this country. This isn't hyperbole. These are facts. As sobering as they may be, I fear they will persist as long as President Biden or whoever is making decisions at the White House is in the White House. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Mrs. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes. Thank you.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my constituent, Andre Jones, in recognition of BIPOC Mental Health Awareness Month. Andre's life and creativity are an invitation to celebrate the beauty of our shared humanity. Andre, a Chicago native from Logan Square area in Illinois 3, has published a unique coloring book. It's called Colorful Memoirs, a journey through Andre's life that offers a glimpse into his experiences and affirms his credo. Just like you, I am a human being. Andre participates in the community living programs of Envision Unlimited, where he practices his commitment to inclusion and community building through his leadership of the cycling community. Andre is donating the proceeds from the coloring book to support his beloved summer cycling programs. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I commend Andre for his contributions to mental health awareness and his ongoing efforts to equip and uplift our community. Thank you, Andre. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Nat Vicketsreth in recognition of BIPOC Mental Health Awareness Month. Nat is the founder of Come Back to Care, based in the Illinois 3, and a self-described dot connector, norm agitator, and a lover of liberation. She brings wit, authenticity, honesty, and audacity to the work of collaborating with parents to address intergenerational family trauma and healing from internalized oppression. Nat unapologetically pursues social justice and liberation in her practice while rooting her work in our sacred shared humanity. While she has long, impressive lists of awards, publications, and traditional credentials to be proud of, Nat believes that her work with parents, with caregivers, and children is the highest honor. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I commend Nat Vickers-Reth for her contributions to mental health, especially for Black and Brown communities, and her unwavering commitment to the sacred work of healing and justice. Thank you, Nat. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Illinois 3rd constituent and veteran Jack Ross. Jack was wounded in action during his deployment in Vietnam while serving as his squad's point man. Like so many service members living with disabilities and traumas as a result of their service, Jack witnessed unspeakable horrors and returned home injured and with PTSD. His commendable service and sacrifice were recognized with 2 Purple Hearts, 2 Bronze Star medals, and an Air Medal. Upon returning home, Jack turned his military experience into a lifetime of community leadership. He owns and operates Manor Press, a veteran-owned business in River Grove. He has also served on the boards of Oak Leiden Development Services and his alma mater, Guerin Prep High School. On behalf of Illinois 3rd Congressional District, I commend Jack Ross for his courage, for his service to our communities, and his unwavering leadership. Congratulations, Jack. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the Henderson County, Kentucky high school girls softball team on an amazing season and their first ever state championship. The Lady Colonels won the title in a dominating fashion by a final score of 11-0. This state title capped an impressive season. The team notched 36 wins and recorded multiple school records, including highest batting average, most hits, most runs scored, most singles, most doubles, most RBIs, and most stolen bases. 3 players on the Henderson County team were also named to the All-Tournament team. This is an amazing accomplishment for Henderson County High School, for the program, the community, and I am so honored to represent this great community in West Kentucky. Congratulations again to the Henderson County girls softball team on their first ever state championship. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about the new bill that I filed entitled the Presidential Ethics Reform Act. This bill is a bipartisan bill that I have filed with Representative Katie Porter from California. The American people are skeptical about whether government officials actually work in the public interest, regardless of which party they're in. This bill would require presidents and vice presidents to disclose foreign payments, family gifts, family loans, family use of government travel, and tax returns. Increasing transparency is a key step to restoring trust in the government. Let the American people see for themselves whether or not there are conflicts of interest with their leadership. Both parties have complained about previous administrations having conflicts of interest, especially among their immediate family members. That's why Representative Porter and I have filed this piece of legislation. To summarize the Presidential Ethics Reform Act, let me go through a few lines of what the bill actually does. First of all, it requires presidents and vice presidents to disclose payments, transfers, or other items of value from foreign sources received by themselves or immediate family members within 2 years before taking office, during their time in office, and for 2 years after leaving office. This requires presidents and vice presidents to disclose conflicts of interest upon taking office and throughout time in office. This bill requires presidents and vice presidents to disclose gifts valued at more than $10,000 received from or by immediate family members within 2 years before taking office, during time in office, and for 2 years after leaving office. This bill requires presidents and vice presidents to disclose loans or loan repayments made to them by an immediate family member of any amount, or received by an immediate family member from any source except commercial loan for over $10,000 within 2 years before taking office, during time in office, and for 2 years after leaving office. This bill requires presidents and vice presidents to disclose when immediate family members accompany the president or vice president on official travel, specifying when they do so and whether or not it's for business purposes. And finally, the Presidential Ethics Reform Act requires presidents and vice presidents to disclose tax returns for the 2 years preceding time in office, during time in office, and for the 2 years following the departure in office. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this ethics bill will address all the concerns that members of both parties, that the members of both conservative and liberal media have had about this administration, the previous administration, and administrations prior to the last administration. When I announced the Biden influence peddling investigation on November of 2022, when it was apparent that the House was going to flip from Democrat to Republican, I said two things about that investigation that I hoped would be accomplished. Number one, that the American people would be given the truth about just exactly what the Biden family has been doing in their family schemes, and I believe we've provided that. And secondly, we were going to pass legislation to define influence peddling and prevent it from happening in the future. And that is what the Presidential Ethics Reform Act does today. I'm pleased to file this bill in a bipartisan manner with my colleague, Katie Porter. And I now yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Loving God, like a shepherd, lead us into this day. You have blessed us with the refreshment of mercy and shelter. You have led us to drink freely from the still waters of your grace. Refresh both our minds and our souls for the work that lies ahead. Then guide us along the path of righteousness. Though the way is enshrouded with the darkness of these times, remind us that we have no need to fear, for you remain with us. Guide us with your rod of protection. Comfort us with the strong staff of your compassion. Open our eyes to the bounty you set before us, a feast rich with your abiding presence, anointed with your wisdom, overflowing with evidence of your steadfast provision. Surely your goodness and love will remain with us now and in all the days to come. May all in this house dwell with you this day. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California, Mr. Peters.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Biden border crisis threatens all American families at risk of murderous attacks. Since Biden, there have been 16 million illegal alien crossings. In April alone, there were 180,000 illegal alien crossings. This represents 38 consecutive months of higher illegal crossings than any month under President Donald Trump. In the last 7 months, more than 27,000 Chinese Communist nationals illegally crossed, breaking the total of all of last year. The American people have exposed corrupt Judge Merchan, dismissing his unethical witch hunt with the achievement ultimately of electing President Donald Trump. Merchan will be warmly welcomed as my guest at the Trump inauguration. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism moves from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. We do not need new border laws. We need to enforce the existing border laws. Biden shamefully opens borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as repeatedly warned by the FBI. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 50th anniversary of San Diego Pride, a two-day celebration of love, acceptance, and diversity. The event is a powerful testament to the resilience and spirit of the San Diego LGBTQ community. San Diego Pride started in 1974 with an unsanctioned march. Since then, it's grown into one of the city's largest, most cherished events. The centerpiece is a parade through Hillcrest, the vibrant neighborhood that serves as San Diego's LGBTQ hub, which I am proud to represent. Its streets, adorned with pride flags, reflect the tireless work of people who refuse to be muted and marginalized. I want to take this opportunity to celebrate the achievements of the community in San Diego and beyond, and reaffirm my commitment to ensuring that everyone can live authentically and without fear of discrimination. Together, let's celebrate our diversity and recognize that love knows no boundaries. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the outstanding performance at Central Mountain High School's David Lindsay. He recently repeated as the state champion in the PA Class 3A Tennis Singles Championship. It takes great skill, tenacity, and determination to be named the champion at this level 2 years in a row. On May 26 at the Hershey Racquet Club, David completed a back-to-back sweep of the 3A Singles Championship bracket. He won 6-2 in the final match to remain the best single players across the Commonwealth. Madam Speaker, this is an incredible accomplishment for David and the Wildcats. I'm proud of the team and David for their monumental season and dedication to the sport. I look forward to seeing what the future holds for David. Congratulations to David for being the best in the Commonwealth and making the community proud. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to tout the transformational Flexible Services Program in Massachusetts Medicaid program and to highlight an important upcoming transition that will further strengthen its approach to supporting those experiencing illness, hunger, and homelessness. Since early 2020, Massachusetts has been providing housing supports and nutrition services like medically tailored meals, food prescriptions, kitchen supplies, and nutrition education and counseling to eligible members through Mass Health. It's also the first of its kind to serve vulnerable household members like children and high-risk pregnant mothers. Early next year, the program will transition to a new health-related social needs services framework to better provide supplemental nutrition services to eligible members. Transportation and food delivery costs will be included as a supplemental benefit, currently among the biggest barriers to adequate and affordable nutrition. I'm incredibly proud of Massachusetts' forward-thinking approach to providing nutrition and housing supports to those struggling to make ends meet. I encourage other states to look at this innovative model. Together, we can end hunger now. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, only Americans should vote in American elections. That's why I rise in support of the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility, or SAVE Act, introduced by my friend from Texas, Mr. Roy. This bill would require states to obtain proof of citizenship in person when registering an individual to vote, and also require states to remove non-citizens from existing voter rolls. These proposals are as common sense as it gets. Unfortunately, many on the other side disagree. While falsely alleging that the 2016 election was stolen due to foreign election interference, they ignore the very real threat of foreign election interference that currently exists. Maybe if President Biden didn't hold the door open for more than 9.5 million immigrants to enter our country illegally, this bill wouldn't be necessary. But because he did, it is essential to pass the SAVE Act to uphold the integrity of our elections. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to celebrate the 130th anniversary of the Village of Depew. Named in honor of U.S. Senator Chauncey Depew and incorporated at a time of significant growth and industrialization, on July 23, 1894, Depew quickly became a key manufacturing and railroad hub for the city of Buffalo. Built on the hard work of immigrants hailing from Holland, Ireland, Prussia, Hungary, Ukraine, and Poland, the village thrived, raising generations of hardworking and successful Americans. Historically known for being a vital manufacturer in the railroad industry, the village continues to be a hub of economic development in Western New York, hosting numerous businesses in the logistics, construction, and hospitality industries, among others. For the thousands of people who live there, Depew is home, a great place to raise a family, start a business, and be a part of a tight-knit community. It's the kind of place where neighbors look out for each other and where civic engagement is still a core part of daily life. To the people of Depew and my friend, Mayor Kevin Peterson, congratulations on the village's 130th anniversary, and thank you for your continued contributions to the fabric of Western New York. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to honor the remarkable life and enduring legacy of Rosanelle Eaton. She achieved incredible feats, overcoming obstacles and championing voting rights. Mother Eaton was a trailblazing figure in Franklin County, where she was the first African American to register and vote. She rode 8 miles to Lewisburg at the age of 21 on a mule to pass a literacy test. Her work placed her on the state and national stage, with her daughter Arminta by her side until her passing at 97 years old. She wore many hats and had an infectious smile and loved her church faith. Recently, Michael and Deborah Leiter, church members, renovated the building that once served as the local Board of Elections office at 217 Court Street and named it in her honor. Mother Eaton's impact was felt far and wide, and she still inspires us. While at the building dedication, an overcast came, but the sun reappeared. Our angel shone upon us. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1341 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 84, House Resolution 1341. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 8281, to amend the National Voter Registration Act of 1993 to require proof of United States citizenship to register an individual to vote in elections for federal office and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute, recommended by the Committee on House Administration, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on House Administration or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 165, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Education relating to non-discrimination on the basis of sex in education programs or activities receiving federal financial assistance. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 3, at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 8772, making appropriations for the legislative branch for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. Section 4A, no amendment to H.R. 8772 shall be in order except those printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution and pro forma amendments described in Section 5 of this resolution. B, each amendment printed in the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 5 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C, all points of order against amendments printed in the report of the Committee on Rules are waived. Section 5, during consideration of H.R. 8772 for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. Section 6, at the conclusion of consideration of H.R. 8772 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 7, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 7700, to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing or enforcing energy conservation standards for dishwashers that are not cost-effective or technologically feasible and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 8, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 7637, to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing or enforcing energy conservation standards for refrigerators, refrigerator freezers, and freezers that are not cost-effective or technologically feasible and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume during consideration of the resolution. All time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, last night, the Rules Committee met and reported out a rule, House Resolution 1341, providing for the consideration of 5 measures, H.R. 8281, Safeguard America Voter Eligibility Act, H.Res. 165, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 of the United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Education relating to non-discrimination on the basis of sex in education programs or activities receiving federal financial assistance. H.R. 7700, Stop Unaffordable Dishwasher Standards Act, and H.R. 7637, the Refrigerator Freedom Act, and H.R. 8772, the Legislative Branch Appropriations Act of 2025. House Resolution 1341 provides a closed rule for consideration of H.R. 8281, the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, H.J.Res. 165, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8, Title 5, United States Code of the rules submitted by Department of Education relating to non-discrimination on the basis of sex. H.R. 7700, Stop Unfavorable Dishwasher Standards Act, and H.R. 7637, the Refrigerator Freedom Act. H. Resolution 1341 also provides for a structured rule for consideration of H.R. 8772, the Legislative Branch Appropriations Act of 2025. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit for each measure. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased today to bring forward this rule. Look forward to supporting the underlying measures on the House floor later this week. H.R. 8772 supports the House of Representatives and its operations, recommending approximately $5.5 billion for activities under the legislative branch's jurisdiction. This includes the support of certain agencies, such as the Library of Congress and the Government Accountability Office. Each agency listed in this appropriations package provides research and analysis to Congress. The Government Accountability Office, in particular, provides fact-based information and investigates federal spending and performance. The reports and recommendations of this office are often used by members of Congress and their staffs as the basis for legislative recommendations and basis for amendments. My Democratic colleagues admit themselves in the committee report that there is no contention with the funding in this package. I hope then, Madam Speaker, that we may be able to pass this bill on a bipartisan basis to support Congress and the continuation of its ability to work on behalf of the American people. H.R. 7637 and H.R. 7700 prohibit the Department of Energy from issuing, updating, or enforcing energy conservation standards for refrigerators and dishwashers unless the standards are determined by the department to be technologically feasible, economically justified, unlikely to increase net costs for consumers, and result in a net savings of energy. Madam Speaker, inflation has taken a toll on every American. Appliance bills may not seem to be ostentatious, but they prioritize the taxpayer's right to choose how to furnish their homes based on their lifestyle and not this administration's Green New Deal laundry list. H.J. Res. 165, introduced by Congresswoman Mary Miller, prevents Department of Education rule proposed and finalized under President Biden from taking effect. This rule, if not reversed, would place unfair burdens on schools, colleges, and universities, as well as potentially undermining protections in federal law for biological women. We must uphold Title IX for females to have equal access in academic and athletic settings. For nearly half a century, it has been successful in ensuring that female athletics and scholars have opportunities historically only afforded to their male counterparts. This final rule from the Biden administration counters these efforts and seeks to fundamentally change what might be protected under Title IX. I urge colleagues to support Congresswoman Miller's resolution, oppose the Department of Education's rule on this matter. H.R. 8281, introduced by my fellow Rules Committee member, Representative Chip Roy, requires proof of citizenship to vote in federal elections. This is a common sense bill, and I hope members across the aisle can agree to it. The right to vote in our nation is a privilege, and it's a responsibility only given to American citizens. Since taking office, the Biden administration has released well over 8 million illegal aliens into the country, and over 1.5 million of these have been what are called gotaways. In some places in our country, the District of Columbia included, they allowed non-citizens to vote in local elections. This legislation corrects this trend for elections on the federal level, requiring states to obtain proof of United States citizenship and identity before votes are cast. Additionally, this legislation both allows the state to remove non-citizens from existing voter rolls and permits citizens to sue election officials who fail to do so. Americans' faith in our national elections has declined precipitously over the last 2 election cycles. To restore that faith, we must work to protect American voters and the integrity of those very elections. Strengthening existing voter ID laws is a certain way to achieve both of these efforts. We owe it to our constituents to restore confidence in their electoral process. I appreciate the bills brought before us today by my colleagues and all of the effort that has gone into crafting them. We did have a robust debate with witness testimony last night in the Rules Committee. I look forward to continuing those discussions here today, and I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, yesterday, the Republican Party released their new platform. And I heard Republican pundits saying that this platform was going to be more moderate. I saw reporters even claiming that Republicans are softening their radical extreme views on abortion and on same-sex marriage. I even saw one Republican senator on TV yesterday defending the platform and trying to spin it to make Trump sound like a normal, rational, moderate person, which isn't a possibility, by the way. Then I actually read the platform, and it's more of the same old, more of the same fear-mongering and divisive politics that they've been pushing for years now. They're not kicking MAGA extremism aside, they're doubling down on it. Talk is cheap around here. Look at their legislation. Look at the bills before us this week. If someone looks at these bills and thinks the Republican Party is normal or rational or moderate, I think they need to get checked out because they're living in a fantasy world. These bills are getting crazier and crazier the longer they're in charge. Here's the Republican agenda for this week. More attacks on the LGBTQ community, more attacks on immigrants, more attacks on voting rights because they know they can only win if fewer people vote, and more attacks on working families and more giveaways to special interests and billionaire companies. There's nothing new here. Just more division, more destruction, more disarray. Now, there's been a lot of talk about Project 2025 lately, the Republican plan to dismantle the government, get revenge on their political adversaries, weaponize the White House, and install Trump as a dictator. The former president recently made a laughable attempt to try to distance himself from its extremism, and what do you know? Now Project 2025 is right here on the House floor because it's what Republicans actually believe. That's what this SAVE Act is about. It is a voter suppression bill that lays the groundwork for them to undermine the next election so they can justify another January 6th style attempt to seize power even if they lose. They'll use this gotcha bill to say Democrats want to give non-citizens the ability to vote in federal elections. Let me say now, that is a lie. It is a total lie. It is a lie that Democrats are against preventing non-citizens from voting in federal elections. That is already illegal. What we are against is making it harder for American citizens to vote. And that's what this bill does. Republicans in this bill want to require all this new documentation for an individual just to register to vote. They say, well, you can use your passport. Well, what about someone who can't afford a $130 passport? What about someone who doesn't have the time to take a day off from work to get their birth certificate? What about someone who recently got married and changed their name so their birth certificate doesn't match their ID? The Republican answer here is, too bad. You can't vote. They are going to disenfranchise millions and millions of people in response to what we know is maybe been a couple of dozen cases of voter fraud over the last 2 decades. But this isn't about voter fraud. Let's be clear. This is not about voter fraud. It's about them trying to cheat in the next election. It's paving the way again for another violent insurrection if their candidate does not succeed. And, and I should say, Madam Speaker, the key witness in the House Administration Committee on behalf of this bill is one of the architects of Project 2025. I mean, they're all linked. And let me throw one other thing out there for members to digest. The chairman of the House Administration Committee, the Republican chairman of the House Administration Committee, I asked him point blank whether Trump lost the election. He couldn't give me a direct answer. What the hell is wrong with these people? They are so detached from reality. They are so oblivious to the truth. This is dangerous stuff. This is dangerous stuff. And then another Project 2025 priority, more giveaways for polluters and attempts to dismantle the entire federal government's effort to protect the environment. It's shocking, actually. They want to take freedom away from women. They want to take freedom away from the LGBTQ plus community. They want to take freedom away from families who want to use IVF. But freedom for fridges? Sign them up. They want freedom for refrigerators and dignity for dishwashers while they take away rights from actual people. It is sick. And for the record, if somebody wants to keep their 50-year-old refrigerator, go for it. This bill has nothing to do with that. This bill gives billion-dollar companies the ability to cut corners when they make appliances. I guess nothing says freedom to Republicans quite like forcing their constituents to pay more on their electric bills. Republicans don't want to talk about how extreme they are. I mean, the bottom line is we should want companies to make appliances more efficient. Why? Because it saves consumers more money. The only reason to be against that is to help the big energy companies so they can charge consumers even more. My Republican friends don't want to talk about how they want to ban abortion nationwide and take away the right to choose in every state. They don't want to talk about how their own members want to ban IVF. They don't want to talk about their obsession with attacking the LGBTQI plus community. They want to turn the clock back on voting rights. And the legislation that we are seeing on the floor today is just more of the same. And while Republicans desert the American people in service to Donald Trump, Democrats will remain committed to doing our job, lowering the cost of living, standing up to the special interests and big corporations, protecting the right to vote, and defending the freedom of our constituents. We are proud to stand on the side of democracy, on the side of the American people, and on the right side of history. And with that, Madam Speaker, this is just an awful, awful rule. I'll say more about that later. I urge a strong no, and I reserve my time.
The House will be in order. The gentleman reserves, but the chair would like to remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities towards presumptive nominees for the office of president. The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. The gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to yield to Mr. Alford here in just a moment, but let me yield myself 2 minutes for the purpose of response. Look, it is difficult for me to sit here and be lectured about the cost of living from the gentleman from Massachusetts. 2 years ago in the Rules Committee, when Republicans were in the minority and Democrats were in the majority, we pleaded with the then majority, do not do the American Rescue Plan, do not do the Inflation Reduction Act, do not engage in all of this vast federal spending that they had teed up. See, the problem was, after the coronavirus infection in December of 2020, the economy was basically getting back on its feet. All we had to do was stay out of the way. But instead, $2 trillion the American Rescue Plan, $4 trillion Inflation Reduction Act, an extremely bloated infrastructure bill. And what happened? The cost of living blew through the roof for the poor and middle class because inflation became so severe. And the people who were supposed to be watching this, like the chairman of the Fed, the Treasury Secretary, they said, oh, inflation's transitory, we'll get a handle on that. We are sitting here now 18 months later, and you don't have a handle on it. And you talk about the cost of living, you talk to your constituents about that. They're still suffering from what you did at the beginning of this administration. I do want to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair, for leading this rule debate. Madam Speaker, as I travel the 4th Congressional District of the great state of Missouri, I get one question repeated often and over and over. What are we going to do to secure our elections? You can pass a lot of laws in Congress, but if we don't secure our elections, we don't have a democracy. We don't have a republic. Voters in the 4th Congressional District of the great state of Missouri want to make sure that only those who should be voting are voting. One vote, one person, one citizen of the United States of America. And so, Madam Speaker, that is why I rise today in support of the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, or SAVE Act, H.R. 8281. You know, for years, our progressive Democrats have falsely claimed the 2016 was stolen because of foreign election interference. Yet today, they are ignoring the real threat of foreign interference, non-citizens registering and voting in U.S. elections. The SAVE Act will address this threat head-on by requiring proof of citizenship in order to register to vote. It's pretty simple. It allows state officials to accept a wide variety of documents that will actually make it easier for citizens to register to vote. The bill also ensures that states can access the databases they need to clean up our voter registration rolls and remove non-citizens. Look, it's very simple, Madam Speaker. If you're not a citizen of the United States of America, you should not be voting in elections in the United States of America. But just like our progressive Democrat friends have defended on this very House floor, Marxism, socialism, open borders, they are opposing this very measure at this time in our nation's history. You see, the dirty little secret is that the progressive Democrats want to turn the some 12 million illegal aliens that have come into our precious sovereign nation because of this failed administration and their lack or ability to stop the illegal immigrants. They want to turn them into voters, to secure more power, to make them dependent upon the U.S. government. Madam Speaker, we cannot let that happen. We will not let that happen. It is time to secure our border. It is time to secure our elections, and that's why I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of the rule for the SAVE Act and on the act itself. The time is now. We may not have time again. Thank you, and I yield back.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I don't even know where to begin after all that. But I'd like to request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the Cato Institute entitled "Non-Citizens Don't Illegally Vote in Detectable Numbers."
Without objection.
At a press conference on the SAVE Act, the Speaker of the House said, quote, "We all know intuitively that a lot of illegals are voting in federal elections, but it's not been something that is easily provable. We don't have the numbers," end quote. Madam Speaker, this body legislates based on facts, at least it's supposed to, not on intuition. And maybe it's time for House Republicans to get serious about their jobs and stop making laws based off of absurd conspiracy theories. And if you want to talk about protecting elections, maybe my Republican friends ought to start telling the truth about the last election. And let me remind them that the leader of their party tried to submit fraudulent slates of electors to steal the last election. That's voter fraud, my friends. That's what voter fraud looks like. And my friends on the other side of the aisle said, not a thing. Not a thing. After court after court after court upheld the fact that we had a free and fair election. But the former president actually submitted fraudulent slates of electors to try to change the result of the last election. And the gentleman from Texas went on about the cost of living and blamed the American Rescue Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. You know what? Those bills were passed in the aftermath of a pandemic to save our economy, to save American families from going bankrupt. And I would remind the gentleman that inflation is coming down faster in the United States than any other country in the world, unless he's blaming the Inflation Reduction Act and the American Rescue Act for increased high inflation in countries like China and other countries around the world. That's absurd. And let me just say one other thing, because this is the rule that we're talking about here today. Republicans, are emboldening our adversaries and abandoning our allies. They defended and held up aid to Ukraine for 9 months, doing irreparable damage to the fight against authoritarianism. And by the way, I should also point out to those who have dragged their feet on Ukraine, Russia bombed a children's hospital in Ukraine. You know, deal with that. Another war crime. And we had Republicans holding up the Ukraine aid package. But the Ukrainians are fighting against authoritarianism. And speaking of authoritarianism, we have here 4 more closed rules. 4 more completely closed rules. Putin would be proud. Some of the most authoritarian rules I have ever seen. They must have learned that from their patron saint, Donald Trump. On the one structured rule here, they made only Republican amendments in order. No bipartisan amendments and Democratic amendments, even though many of them were rule compliant. They would just they just want to shut this place down. They said no to everything. If this is what my Republican friends consider a fair process, wow. I mean, we have a bill that we think will disenfranchise millions of American citizens in terms of voting. And the ranking Democrat, Mr. Morelli, had an amendment that he offered that was totally rule compliant. We ought to at least have that debate. You can vote to suppress the vote all you want, but we ought to have that debate and get people on the record. And the Republicans of the Rules Committee said no. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? A little debate on some of these important issues? You know, we have a different definition of fair, because this process once again makes a mockery of this institution and once again shows the majority's disdain for democracy. The Rules Committee continues to be a place where democracy goes to die. And at this time, Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition not only to this rule, but the bills that it advances. And I have to say that I am amazed daily by the debates that I hear in this chamber and in our committees, and outraged that the GOP is using the floor to advance a hateful agenda to take away voting rights and to advance insane legislation. Because 1 week after we celebrated this great nation's independence, we are here today as they're putting forward legislation to protect our kitchen appliances. That's right, folks. Running bills on the floor entitled "The Freedom of Refrigerators" and "Dignity for Dishwashers." I'm not making this up. These are the real names of the bills that they're running this week. Because apparently, they're more concerned about the freedom of our refrigerator than the freedom to make decisions about our own bodies. They're more concerned about our dishwashers than they are about democracy. And they're more concerned about appliances than an autocrat who is seeking re-election, who says he wants to be a dictator on day one. So I ask my colleagues, honestly, how do you do this with a straight face? Because y'all, this ain't normal. This is insane. Is this the freedom and democracy that our country fought for? Arguing for kitchen appliances? Is this what your constituents are telling you? Because mine are telling me that they're terrified about the future of this country and about their families and their rights. They're asking us to fight to protect LGBTQ rights and abortion, to address climate change, to lower costs, to protect voting rights. And you're over here asking us to vote on a bill to protect the rights of dishwashers and refrigerators. It's insane. So I'm just like at a loss. It's time to wake up. It's time to get to work. It's time to serve the American people, because literally our democracy depends on it. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair would once again like to remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward presumptive nominees for the office of president, and also to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to recognize a fellow member of the Rules Committee, Mr. Langworthy of New York, and recognize him for 4 minutes, please.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, first I thank the chairman of the Rules Committee and the gentleman from Texas for yielding the time. I rise in strong support of the rule today, which includes consideration of my bill, the Stop Unaffordable Dishwasher Standards Act. The Biden Department of Energy, pandering to radical environmentalists, is actively working to make life harder for the American people. Under this administration's latest proposed dishwasher efficiency standards rule, the average American family would be stuck with fewer, more expensive appliance options with no real cost savings over the appliance's lifespan. By limiting consumer choice and imposing draconian new standards and regulations that make absolutely no sense from either an affordability or an energy standpoint, this administration is making life harder for the American people. I urge my colleagues to support my bill, H.R. 7700, and push back on these unaffordable policies that jeopardize access to affordable, reliable consumer products that we all once took for granted. I'm also proud to co-sponsor another measure to be considered under this rule, the SAVE Act, which will require proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote in federal elections. This legislation will ensure that only American citizens decide America's future. The Democrats' open border policies have brought nothing but chaos and destruction to our communities as millions and millions of illegal aliens have flooded into this country. The left's refusal to secure our borders is deliberate and is a direct threat to our democratic institutions as a growing number of non-citizens are registered to vote and have been found to vote in local, state, and federal elections. By allowing non-citizens to vote, they dilute the voice of every American citizen, undermining what should be a free and fair election. Enough is enough. We cannot stand by while our borders are overrun, our communities are destroyed. The SAFE Act must be passed to protect the integrity of our elections. Mr. Speaker, our country was built on the principles of freedom, fairness, and justice. This administration's policies are a slap in the face to every immigrant who followed the legal path to citizenship, who respected the rule of law, and earned their right to participate in our democracy. I urge my colleagues to support the rule and support the SAVE Act so that we can safeguard our elections, secure our borders, ensure a brighter future for all Americans. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is now
Madam
recognized.
Speaker, sadly, this place is becoming, a forum for trivial issues to get debated passionately and important ones not at all. I would say to the gentleman who just spoke that, and he should know this, that it is illegal for non-citizens to vote in federal elections. It is already the law. But I feel like we have to point that out to my Republican friends. And listening to the way he spoke with such passion about dishwashers and refrigerators, I feel I need to remind the viewing audience that this is not Home Depot. This is supposed to be the United States Congress, where we're supposed to be tackling serious issues, that are confronting the American people. And unfortunately, under this Republican leadership, we never do that. Madam Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 12, a bill that would restore the nationwide right for providers to provide abortion care and for patients to receive care. With bill after bill, House Republicans are letting the American people know who they are. Every opportunity they get, they try to inject poison pill riders to ban IVF, to restrict access to abortion care, and to make life harder for the American people. As I've said before, they want to turn back the clock on our rights. Just look at Project 2025, a dystopian plan for the future of our country crafted by former Trump administration officials. They want to cut your earned benefits. They want to cut school meals and, yes, end access to abortion care. They even want to take mifepristone off the market completely. And, Madam Speaker, we must bring H.R. 12, the Women's Health Protection Act, to the floor to let them know that we will not let them turn back the clock on the American people. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. McGovern, for yielding the time. I rise today in opposition to the rule and in strong support of something my constituents are calling about. It's not dishwashers and it's not refrigerators. It's support for the Women's Health Protection Act, which will provide in law the right for Americans to make their own reproductive health care decisions. The right-wing extremists on the Supreme Court who authored the Dobbs decision overturning abortion rights, they've shown that they will do anything to further their regressive, extreme, and dangerous ideology, regardless of the long history of court precedent. For almost 50 years, the intensely personal decision about whether or when to bear a child or have an abortion was right where it belongs, with the one who is pregnant. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle claim to be pro-life, but the policies they support are anything but. I remember the days before Roe versus Wade, when abortions done without medical care could and often did have tragic outcomes, including death. Even before the Dobbs decision, maternal death rates in 2020, they were 62% higher in states that ban or restrict abortion than in states where it's accessible. Restrictive abortion laws also cause infant mortality rates to rise, including in Texas, where both infant death rates and the number of babies who died of birth defects have increased since the restrictive law banning abortion as early as 6 weeks went into effect. A study from Johns Hopkins University found that between 2021 and 2022, the infant mortality rate increased by 8.3% in Texas, and that's compared with 2.2% increase nationally. And while the death rate of babies 28 days old or younger fell in other states, it increased by 5.8% in Texas. Make no mistake, these laws are not about protecting life. They are about control. Controlling the bodies of others and removing their personal freedom to make the decision about whether or when to bear a child. This will not stop at the state level. At the first opportunity, congressional Republicans will try to enact a nationwide abortion ban to prevent anyone in this country from getting the care they need. For these reasons and more, we must defeat the previous question so we can pass the very important Women's Health Protection Act to protect the right to abortion and restore the freedoms that the Supreme Court, with support from Republicans, brazenly stripped away. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for yielding, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just yield myself 1 minute to point out that to bring us back to the discussion at hand, we're talking about only having American citizens voting in American elections. We're talking about checking a Department of Energy that has just run roughshod over the rights of working Americans. So let's remember what we're doing here today, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is now recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, let me remind people what we're here about as well, a voter suppression bill. We're here to talk about freedom for household appliances, and we're here to attack the LGBTQ plus community. That's what these bills are all about before us today. And Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the BBC entitled Project 2025, a wish list for a Trump presidency explained.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, this article describes Project 2025, a policy wish list for a second Trump term, cooked up by some of Trump's closest allies at the far-right Heritage Foundation. It is chilling. It is a chilling window into what may await us come January, should Mr. Trump win. The items on Project 2025's agenda are straight up dystopian. They want to take complete control of the Department of Justice and end the independence of all federal agencies. They want to make mifepristone, they want to take it off the market, which would amount to a virtual nationwide ban. They want to slash efforts to combat climate change, implement inhumane border policies, and fire thousands of government employees. And I'm just scratching the surface here. You can read it for yourself. I urge people to download it, to read all the information on it. And if that wasn't horrifying enough, the architects of this atrocious Project 2025 are also threatening political violence to all who oppose them. Just last week, Kevin Roberts, president of the Heritage Foundation, said that, and I quote, "The second American Revolution will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be." Madam Speaker, Donald Trump literally incited an insurrection to stay in power. He claimed he would be a dictator on day one of his second term, and the Supreme Court just granted him full immunity for acts committed while in office. Is anyone here stupid enough to believe that he won't act on these threats? At this point, Madam Speaker, I want to yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from New Mexico and member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledra Fernandez.
Before the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Mexico, the chair would once again, and hopefully for the last time, remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities towards presumptive nominees for the office of president. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the House Republicans' bills would give freedoms to refrigerators but restrict freedom for American citizens to vote. Last week, we marched in parades and celebrated our nation's 248th birthday. Democracy, elections, are at the core of that celebration. But this week, Republicans welcomed us back to Washington with a bill that chips away at Americans' most sacred right, the right to vote. This bill is consistent with Project 2025, the extreme Republicans' blueprint they want to implement in a second Trump presidency. Project 2025 is their proposal to restrict democracy, restrict women's freedoms, and favor the wealthy. Remember that these bills favor the wealthy and the corporations over consumers. Project 2025 would do away with the Department of Education and destroy Social Security. The architects of Project 2025 are the same people who are experts for the bill we are hearing this week. We don't need to wonder if these extreme proposals could become a reality, because the Republicans are showing us that when they are in charge, they will go after our freedoms, our voting, and our planet. Rather than celebrate the record high turnout of our last presidential election in 2020, the Republicans' SAVE Act, which is actually a voter restriction act, would decrease voting access for American citizens. Republicans don't like mail-in and absentee balloting, so they go after that. If this bill becomes law, a recently married woman who changed her last name couldn't use her birth certificate to register to vote because her name would no longer match. If this bill becomes law, a military ID, imagine that, a military ID would not be enough for that service member to vote. Our men and women sacrifice so much, they risk their lives. Why would Republicans make it harder for them to vote? Perhaps because military voted in bigger numbers for President Biden than Trump than they had expected. If that wasn't enough, their voter suppression bill would also make it more difficult for Native Americans to vote. They would not accept tribal IDs. Imagine the first Americans being restricted from their ability to vote. I believe that they are going after the very communities that voted against Trump last November with these bills. But wait, that's not enough. Once again, Republican bills favor big corporations over consumers. They want to roll back popular energy efficiency standards because they favor the richest corporations, Republicans do. While the nation swelters and heat kills, Republicans ignore the climate change only to protect the biggest benefactors. They don't care about saving folks money on the energy bills. Sadly, it doesn't end there. At a time when women demand that we have reproductive freedom—
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Additional 30 seconds.
Republicans, at a time when women demand that we have reproductive freedom, Republicans instead brought us a bill to give refrigerator freedom. Republicans say it's overreach to regulate home appliances, but they will regulate women's bodies. We say no. We are against these bills. We are against Project 2025. We urge Americans to see what they are doing and what they intend to do. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, let me yield myself 3 minutes for the purpose of response. First off, on Project 2025, this is the work of a think tank. Now, here's a news flash for everyone. There are think tanks in Washington, D.C. There are a lot of them. There are right-leaning think tanks, there are left-leaning think tanks. In fact, one of the more frightening left-leaning think tanks is Center for American Progress. And the head of the Center for American Progress is now ensconced in the White House as a domestic policy advisor to the Biden administration. So don't pretend that you don't have your think tanks on the left, just as think tanks on the right exist, and their purpose is to provide information to legislators, House members, and senators, and sometimes to inform legislation. The issue keeps coming up about freedom. Let's talk about freedom for just a moment. What about the freedom for the parents who were targeted by the Biden Department of Justice for voicing their concern about their children at a school board meeting? What about the freedom of the Jewish students who were being violently targeted on college campuses and whose mere existence is so offensive to the radical pro-Hamas left? What about the freedom for homeowners in my state on the southern border who cannot safely leave their homes because in May alone, there were over 170,000 illegal immigrant encounters, including 350 members of the terror watch list. And these 350 that were apprehended, there's no telling how many more came across undetected and undeterred. Let's talk about freedom with American families who are working to put food on their tables, create opportunities for their families, but the economy of the Biden administration is crushing them. Let's talk about freedom with citizens of our country who want to have a vote in secure elections, and they want to have confidence in our systems. This bill today will provide that confidence. My colleagues support freedom, but it seems that their idea of freedom is reserved for those whose expression of it aligns with their values and their agenda. Nevertheless, the question that is before us today is not do we all share the same views, but what about good policy? If we did provide for the consideration, did we provide for the consideration of all of these measures in a manner that is consistent with the rules and precedents of the House? I believe we did our duty at the Rules Committee and the responsibility to advance these measures to the House floor where our colleagues can decide whether or not to support them on their merits. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, let me respond to the gentleman from Texas by saying when Democrats speak of freedom, we're talking about freedom for people, not for dishwashers. And the gentleman raised the issue of Project 2025 as somehow it's the product of some distant think tank. I would like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a list of all the former Trump administration officials who are architects of this atrocious document. I would also like to point out for the record that the key witness in the House Administration Committee on this horrific voter suppression bill is one of the co-architects of Project 2025. And the gentleman, tried to take a swipe at the Center for American Progress. I think they actually have good ideas, but the Center for American Progress doesn't want to install Joe Biden as a dictator, unlike what Project 2025 wants to do with regard to Trump. And Madam Speaker, we know that there's a lot that we can do when you have competent leadership in control. Look at the last Congress when the Democrats were in charge. We invested to rebuild our neglected infrastructure, airports, roads, bridges, and ports in your communities. Many of my Republican friends voted against it, but they take bows and issue press releases when they get the money and a project is happening in their district. We brought manufacturing back to the United States, passing the CHIPS and Science Act to drive innovation and create good-paying jobs. We made the largest investment in climate, protecting our water and our air. We strengthened our supply chains and set up new programs to support minority businesses. We ensured that our veterans get health care and that they earn during their service. And it is possible, I would say to my friends, it is possible for us to deliver for the American people, though I haven't seen much of it yet this year. All we have done is vote on bills that destroy and dismantle progress, that further polarize this country. Now the far right fringe are forcing us in a way that we're plummeting toward a costly government shutdown in an effort to get their extreme agenda through. I asked to insert in the record an article from The Hill entitled, "Democrats Deliver as Republicans Dither." I reserve my time.
Without objection, the request is granted. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, may I inquire as to the time remaining?
The gentleman has 12 and a half minutes.
I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, may I inquire how much time we have left on our side?
The gentleman has 4 minutes.
Okay, and is the gentleman prepared to close?
Yes, I am. Are you prepared to take notes?
Okay. I'll give you copies of what I'm saying so you can have them. I yield myself the remaining time.
Gentleman.
Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, it's not just about the legislation here. It's about two competing visions for America. Democrats want an economy that lifts all people up. We're fighting for workers. We want opportunity for kids, success for families, and dignity for seniors. We want democracy to be secure at home and around the world. We have a vision of a better future and an idea of how to get there. The bills today show once again that Republicans are more interested in division and taking us backwards and turning back the clock on reproductive freedom, on voting rights, on lowering prices, on holding big corporations accountable. On all these things and more, they want to drag us back. That's what their party now stands for. And that's why we're wasting time with more misguided MAGA junk instead of working together to get things done for the American people. I know those who are watching this debate maybe think this is a little bit strange, the topics that we're talking about here today. I think my Republican friends are confused what house they're in. Again, they're not in Home Depot, they're in the House of Representatives. We ought to be debating big issues. We ought to be moving this country forward. And instead, we're dealing with this garbage. This is a waste of time. It's a waste of time. And I get it. You're beholden to the most extreme elements of your conference. But boy, we could actually find common ground and get stuff done. You know, you don't have to agree on everything to agree on something. Surely there are some things we can agree on that we have in common that we can move forward to help move this country in the right direction. And instead, it's all the same old, same old. I mean, every bill that comes to the floor has all these anti-abortion riders, anti-LGBTQ riders, anti-anything that's good riders. This has to stop. This has to stop. We can do better. So I would just respectfully suggest to the chairman of the Rules Committee that one of the ways we can do better is that you can open up the debates a little bit more. 4 completely closed rules. No opportunity for any amendments. The one structured rule, only Republican amendments in order. All the bipartisan and Democratic amendments, totally rule compliant. You shut us out. That's not the way to find common ground. That's not the way to move legislation forward in a way where it will eventually become law. We can do better. We have to do better. And if not, I'll tell you, the American people in November, I think will make a different choice. And we will be able to get back on the right track. Madam Speaker, again, I wish we were doing something more substantive here today other than talking about refrigerators and dishwashers. I wish we were doing something more positive other than trying to repress the vote in this country. But it is what it is. And I urge all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote down this rule, to open up this House, and to reject these awful, awful garbage bills. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll yield myself the balance of our time. I'll agree with the ranking member. We don't have to agree on everything to agree on something. In fact, 81% of the rules measures passed in this Congress have garnered bipartisan votes on the underlying measures for final passage. We do keep hearing the points made on the other side that the legislation on the SAVE Act is not necessary, that non-citizen voting is already illegal. It's already illegal to simply walk across the border into this country without a proper authorization, and yet it happens every single day. But non-citizens registering to vote is not a hypothetical. In 2019, Pennsylvania admitted that it had inadvertently allowed over 10,000 non-citizens to register to vote. Texas found nearly 100,000 non-citizen registrations. 100,000. I think that would cause a significant impact on a federal election. In 2020, when Illinois implemented automatic voter registration, more than 500 non-citizens were accidentally registered to vote. As of May 2023, the Virginia Department of Election officials have removed over 1,400 registrations from its official voter registration rolls, with a reported reason for removal due to non-citizen status. Of those non-citizens who were removed, 335 individuals had cast a ballot in Virginia elections over the previous 4 years. In total, these non-citizens cast over 800 ballots. To the question as to whether or not these offenses were prosecuted, in response to inquiries, the Virginia Attorney General's office said that it had no prosecution records related to this illegal voting, even though voting illegally is a Class C felony in Virginia. The SAVE Act is really essential to close those loopholes. I do find it sometimes perplexing when I hear the arguments on the other side. Purportedly, they are here in defense of democracy, and somehow Republicans are opposed to democracy. I would just remind my friends on the other side of the House that it is not us who are attempting to undo the votes of millions of Democrats nationwide to remove the nominee of their party from their ballot. Madam Speaker, America is in a state of crisis. The southern border is wide open. Americans are paying for it with their lives. The Biden administration has turned its efforts to change protections under Title X. I would like to reiterate that the number of illegal aliens that have entered our country since President Biden took office, you almost wish for a border czar in a situation like this. There have been over 7 million encounters with illegal aliens at our southern border, and the number of gotaways has increased by 390%. And Americans are losing their lives. This is not just theoretical. Americans are losing their lives due to this administration's failure to protect our sovereignty. I've said it here on the House floor before. Let me repeat it now. Jocelyn Nungari, Rachel Morin, Laken Riley, Alex Wise, Elizabeth Medina, Melissa Powell, Riordan Powell, Travis Wolf, just a few of those names who were taken from their families by this crisis at the southern border. How many more Americans will have to be named before the Biden administration acts? House Republicans do have a solution. We passed it last May. H.R. 2 would be instrumental in securing the southern border and dissuading the abuse of our immigration system and providing funding to hire and train more Border Patrol agents and hold Secretary Mayorkas and President Biden accountable for their inability to protect the American people. Certainly my colleagues would not oppose Mr. Roy's good faith measure to ensure that those who come to this country illegally are not able to vote illegally. The right to vote in America is fundamental to what it means to be American. By ensuring that only American citizens are taking part in this tradition, we can safeguard the integrity of our electoral system and guarantee that the right to vote does not lose its importance. Your vote matters. My vote matters. It's an extension of our voice. It's a participation. It is our participation in this country, our right to speak for what policies we want to see enacted and what leaders we want to see in office. It is important to protect this right, as it is important to secure our southern border. Madam Speaker, I urge fellow members to support this rule and support the underlying measures. I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker,
for what purpose?
On that, I ask for the yeas and nays, preferably the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1341 and adoption of the House Resolution 1341 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1341, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 84, House Resolution 1341, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 8281, to amend the National Voter Registration Act of 1993 to require proof of United States citizenship to register an individual to vote in elections for federal office and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 165, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Department of Education relating to non-discrimination on the basis of sex in education programs or activities receiving federal financial assistance, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 8772, making appropriations for the legislative branch for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 7700 to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing or enforcing energy conservation standards for dishwashers that are not cost-effective or technologically feasible, and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 7637 to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing or enforcing energy conservation standards for refrigerators, refrigerator freezers, and freezers that are not cost-effective or technologically feasible, and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 194, nays 186. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. the members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Yep. On this vote, the yeas are 205, nays 201. The resolution is adopted without objection. Motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I think I get you started and then someone else is coming up. Who's replacing me?
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1341, I call up the bill H.R. 7700 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The House will come to order. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 378, H.R. 7700, a bill to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing or enforcing energy conservation standards for dishwashers that are not cost-effective or technologically feasible and for other purposes.
The House will come to order. Please take your conversations outside. Pursuant to House Resolution 1341, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee of Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and insert extraneous material on H.R. 7700.
Suspend. House will come to order.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 7700, Stop Unaffordable Dishwasher Standards Act, and I thank Congressman Langworthy for leading these efforts. You know, the Biden administration has lost sight of the original intent behind the Department of Energy conservation standards. Instead, they are contradicting the statutes. And in doing so, they're doing so at the expense of the Americans' quality of life, their pocketbooks, and their energy bills. Instead of harnessing the abundant resources we are blessed with in this country, the Biden administration wants to lower your standard of living by telling you what appliances you can have in your home, and they want you to pay more for it. An analysis from the Department of Energy found that their dishwasher efficiency mandates will increase the upfront cost by up to 28%. It is estimated that these proposed standards may take consumers over 16 years to pay back the increased cost on a dishwasher that won't even last 12 years. The Biden administration has abused the Department of Energy's appliance standard program to go beyond the authority granted to them by Congress by proposing these overreaching standards. Americans will suffer the consequences of the Biden administration's Rush to Green agenda. The DOE's net zero Rush to Green energy agenda is reaching into your home to impose cost-increasing regulations on appliances in every corner of your home. Now, we debated gas stoves and other appliances here, and here we are today on dishwashers. The Biden administration has proposed over 15 regulations that affect appliances. Like I mentioned, gas stoves, but hot water heaters, refrigerators, freezers, and now dishwashers. They argue these regulations will save money and reduce emissions, but that's just simply not the case. One study found these regulations could increase the cost of the average American family by over $9,000. These increased efficiency standards mean Americans need to run their appliances twice as long to get the same effect, and we all know it. You run the dishwasher, you open it up, the dishes aren't clean, you've got to run it again. It happens to every American family multiple times. You're not saving money, you're not saving water and electricity running your highly efficient appliances when you have to run them 2 or 3 times just to get the dishes clean or to get them dry. This bill will prevent this abuse from the DOE, and it will prevent the department from enforcing standards on dishwashers unless they are technologically feasible and economically justified. Economically justified. They are not likely to result in additional cost to the customer. And they won't enforce the standards unless they are, or they will result in a significant conservation of energy. And the American families just know that's simply not happening in their homes. I urge all my colleagues to vote in support of H.R. 7700, Stop the Unaffordable Dishwasher Standards Act, to protect affordability and preserve the quality of life that Americans expect and deserve. I want to thank Representative Langworthy for leading this legislation, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today's debate demonstrates why House Republicans simply cannot govern. This bill, H.R. 7700, the Stop Unaffordable Dishwasher Standards Act, doesn't need to be brought up today because House Republicans already passed it 2 months ago as part of a larger bill, another larger bill. In other words, today's debate is a waste of our time. It's clearly being brought up because Republicans simply don't have any other bills to bring to the floor. They're fresh out of ideas that can meet the approval of the extreme elements in their party. Now, at a time, Mr. Speaker, when the American people want us to work together to build on the progress we've made to grow our economy for the future and lower everyday costs for American families, the House Republican majority wants to have another debate about protecting dishwashers, even though this legislation will increase home energy bills on the average American family. This bill would gut popular energy efficiency standards for dishwashers. Energy efficiency standards are popular for 3 key reasons. First, they save Americans money on their energy bills. Second, they boost innovation by modernizing appliances for the future. And third, they reduce greenhouse gas pollution in our ongoing efforts to combat the climate crisis. So the Biden administration's past and planned energy efficiency actions will save Americans $1 trillion and reduce greenhouse gas emissions by more than 2.5 billion metric tons over the next 30 years. So I want to repeat that. They will save Americans $1 trillion and reduce greenhouse gas emissions by more than 2.5 billion metric tons over the next 30 years. So that's why there's so much support for these efficiency standards. This is something we should all support. This used to be a bipartisan issue, but not anymore. Extreme Republicans have decided that they'd rather do the bidding of corporate polluters as they continue to move forward with their polluters over people agenda. H.R. 7700 attacks a popular and effective Department of Energy program that saves Americans money by setting efficiency standards on household appliances. It adds burdensome and duplicative language to the Department of Energy's process without defining any of its vague metrics. Now, this bill completely ignores the mechanisms and practices that already exist at the Department of Energy. And worst of all, it gravely threatens the Department of Energy's ability to implement and enforce the already finalized dishwasher standards. In pushing this legislation, Republicans ignore the fact that the Department of Energy already must ensure that the standards are economically justifiable, technologically feasible, and result in energy savings. So before the standards are put in place by the Department of Energy, they have to meet those standards. In fact, the process works so well that the dishwasher standard targeted by this bill was actually the result of a consensus agreement between industry, efficiency advocates, and consumer advocates. Industry supports the standards. I don't know who supports the repeal, essentially, of these standards. If you look at the details of the dishwasher efficiency standard, you'll understand why there's so much support for it. The standard hasn't been updated in over a decade, and the new rules are expected to save Americans over $3 billion on utility bills over 30 years. And that's real savings. And the standards are attainable. Dishwashers that meet the new standards are already on the market. You can buy them now, and it doesn't even go into effect until 2027, and you can already buy these now because people want them. It's clear that the appliance manufacturing industry doesn't feel burdened by the new standard. They support them. And therefore, one has to question again, why do Republicans continue to fight against these common sense standards? I have no idea other than, their corporate friends, polluter friends. So the bill, along with the next bill we're debating, would not just impact the Department of Energy's ability to implement the recently finalized standards, it would also effectively overturn them. I want to stress that. These absurd bills include a provision which prohibits DOE from enforcing new or existing standards if they increase costs by even a penny, completely disregarding the massive consumer savings on future monthly home energy bills. Our point is, over a period of time, you save a lot of money. But they're saying if it just costs an extra penny at any point, then they shouldn't be allowed. This simply defies logic, but again, is designed to protect the interests of Republicans' oil and gas friends. The bill will create market uncertainty and threaten real savings for Americans. So, Mr. Speaker, I oppose the bill because it will increase home energy costs for American families and undermine our ongoing efforts to combat the worsening climate crisis. I urge all my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, the legislation would prevent the Department from enforcing standards on dishwashers unless they are technologically feasible and economically justified, unless they are not likely to result in additional costs to the consumer, and unless they will result in significant conservation of energy. Americans know that this new standard and even older standards are not working. They're having to wash their dishes multiple times. We have seen over and over agencies overreaching the constitutional mandate they were given. Thank goodness the Supreme Court last week overturned the Chevron deference, and now Congress can use other tools like pieces of legislation to direct agencies on what they should do and the limits that they can do it under. Sure, there's other legislation we ought to take up, but we've had to use Congressional Review Act legislation. We've had to use legislation like this to push back against these agencies and their overreach. And thankfully, Mr. Langworthy knows a lot about this, and he filed the bill, so I'd like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, the Stop Unaffordable Dishwasher Standards Act, which will put the brakes on the Biden administration's relentless assault on efficient, affordable, and reliable appliances for everyday Americans through overbearing regulations. When Congress enacted the Energy Policy and Conservation Act of 1975, the goal was straightforward: encourage a more efficient use of energy that is both practical and cost efficient. But the Biden administration has abused and twisted this law beyond recognition to serve the radical, woke, environmental agenda of the far left. They're not just out of touch. They're making life more expensive for hardworking Americans. In fact, the Biden administration's own analysis of the proposed rule for the new efficiency standards admits that it would take more than 12 years for an American family to see $17 in savings. $17 over 12 years. And that's if their dishwasher lasts that long, which is really doubtful. This is a textbook example of big government overreach. Now, here's the bottom line. Our country is in the midst of a historic affordability crisis. Millions of Americans cannot afford to buy their first home or even save for a rainy day. And what does this Biden administration do? They pile on more regulations, more requirements, and higher standards onto the most basic household appliances. To my friends across the aisle who disparage this legislation here today as trivial and unimportant, I encourage them to go explain to the average American family right now, already crushed by this Biden economy, that their daily struggles with skyrocketing costs don't matter. Go explain to seniors in my district living on fixed incomes why they should shell out thousands more to replace their basic home appliances to satisfy some radical environmentalist pipe dream. Go tell them that you think they should take a back seat to the Green New Deal agenda. Go tell them that you think the Biden administration knows better than what's best for them. Why should Americans who are putting their groceries on credit cards be forced to deal with more out-of-touch, expensive regulations? The hardworking families, seniors, and constituents in my district might not matter to the Biden administration, but they matter to me. And that's why I introduced this legislation. By stripping away consumer choice and imposing draconian new regulations and standards that make absolutely no sense from an affordability and efficiency standpoint, this administration is making life harder for the American people, pure and simple. Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. We cannot tackle this affordability crisis facing our country today if we don't stop the Biden administration's regulatory agenda dead in its tracks. I urge my colleagues to support my bill, H.R. 7700, and I yield back.
Gentleman yield. Gentleman from South Carolina is
Reserve.
recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes now to the gentleman from New York, who is the ranking member of our subcommittee on the environment.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to both H.R. 7637 and 7700, both of which are being considered this afternoon. I'm surprised that Republicans went home for Independence Day, reflected upon all that that great holiday means, and as their first order of business back in D.C., brought up these redundant anti-consumer bills. But let it not be said that House Republicans don't care about people's rights. These bills support the right of Chinese manufacturers to dump cheap, inferior products into the U.S. market. These bills support the right for utilities to bill Americans more just for keeping their refrigerators plugged in or running their dishwashers. Strong efficiency standards reduce energy use and are proven to save Americans hundreds of dollars each and every year. And these bills support the right for landlords to stick their renters with low-performing appliances. Strong efficiency standards raise the bar for everyone. So DOE's efficiency standards are required by law to be cost-effective, and they result in major savings for every American household. They also reduce energy demand, which makes our electric grid more reliable. And the refrigerator and dishwasher standards, which would be undone by the bills before us today, reflect the consensus of energy efficiency advocates, consumer advocates, and American home appliance manufacturers. That's right, our own domestic manufacturers recognize the benefits of these standards and truly support DOE's rules. We have wasted enough time, we've wasted enough energy already. Let's not stand in the way of the Department of Energy and American manufacturers that want energy-efficient appliances. I encourage members to do the pro-consumer and patriotic thing by rejecting these bills today. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, a valuable member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Allen. 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend, the chairman of the Energy Subcommittee, for allowing me this time. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7700, the Stop Unaffordable Dishwasher Standards Act, or SUDS Act. Time and again, we've seen the Biden administration's radical rush to green agenda negatively impact the lives of hardworking Americans, including their freedom to choose what household appliances meet their needs. First, gas stoves, and now dishwashers and refrigerators. It is hard to believe that under this administration, the most regulated space in America is the kitchen and the laundry room. Under the guise of energy efficiency, this administration is issuing new standards that will significantly drive up costs, reduce reliability, and jeopardize the availability of numerous home appliances. House Republicans will continue to lead on legislative solutions that protect American families from out-of-touch, top-down rules. The American people want choice. When I talk to my constituents in Georgia's 12th District, they want relief from record inflation and rising prices. Yet the Biden administration is moving forward with issuing standards that could increase the upfront cost of dishwashers by 28% and the upfront cost of refrigerators by 25%, according to the DOE's own analysis. President Biden's war on American energy is crushing families' budgets nationwide, which is why I am proud to support the SUDS Act, as well as legislation being debated later today that will protect affordability, quality, and choice for residential dishwashers, refrigerators, and freezers. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on these bills, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes now to the gentlewoman who is the ranking member of our Oversight Investigation Subcommittee, gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor.
Well, I thank the gentleman from New Jersey for yielding the time. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 7700. It's a bill that will saddle American families with higher costs. This is not a serious bill, but it's rather emblematic of the least productive Congress in modern times. Rather than focus on improving the lives of our neighbors back home and lowering costs, Republicans, as my colleague from New York said, gosh, they went home for 4th of July recess and talked to their neighbors about what the Congress can do to improve their lives. And the first bill that they bring up on the floor is one to gut energy efficient dishwashers. You know, let's talk about energy efficiency because it's popular. And where does it come from? Years ago, the Congress acted in a bipartisan way and directed the Department of Energy to every few years update efficiency standards for the appliances that power our lives, our air conditioners, dishwashers, refrigerators. And American manufacturers have responded. Americans know this. Our appliances have gotten better and better over time. They save us money. They save us on water. And that's really important right now, that we can put a little bit more money back into our pockets. It's a win-win-win for us. And I've heard already some misleading statements on the floor today, and I think we need to clear those up. When the Department of Energy creates new efficiency standards, whether it's for dishwashers or other appliances, it does so in collaboration with industry, with the support of industry and appliance manufacturers. The final standards for dishwashers were adopted in April, and they reflect the recommendations from the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers. That's a trade association of 30 leading appliance makers. Second, they've said that this is a mandate, that all Americans, you have to go buy these dishwashers. Well, Americans are smart. They know that's not true. If you want an inefficient dishwasher or you want to return to the days of hand washing your dishes, that's your right to do so. But it is important that we prod appliance makers to be more innovative, to be more efficient. The guiding star, in fact, it's called Energy Star, is to save consumers money, to cut pollution, to help put a little more money back into their pockets. In creating new energy efficiency standards, DOE does so with consumer savings as its guiding force. And according to the agency calculations, consumers will save $3.2 billion on utility bills over 30 years from the dishwasher standards alone. For my neighbors back home in Florida that are paying exorbitant electric bills right now because they don't use the power of the sunshine, we're mostly on gas. Boy, this is a godsend for them to be able to put some money back into their pockets. Since we have so much time to debate dishwashers today, I'll spend a little time on a public service announcement. If you go to energy.gov/save, there are additional savings for you and your family. These are rebates on appliances and new heat pumps. They are tax credits for various appliances and upgrading your home. Many of these were adopted by Democrats and a Democratic-led Congress in the Inflation Reduction Act. That's our historic clean energy and climate resilience law. It's been difficult to get through the noise of this chaotic Congress to make sure that families understand the cost savings that are available to them, but that's at energy.gov/save. Enormous rebates and tax credits to help you with the cost of living. The Consumer Federation of America, a consumer advocacy group, said about the new dishwasher efficiency standards, the Department of Energy's new efficiency standards for dishwashers are a significant victory for both consumers and the environment. The standards require simple changes that will positively impact most households. So if the appliance makers, consumer advocacy groups, environmental organizations all support the Department of Energy's energy efficiency standards, I know many of you are wondering, well, why do House Republicans oppose them? Another common theme in this chaotic Congress has been the Republicans' allegiance to polluters, utility companies, who depend on you.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I'd ask the gentleman for another minute.
I yield the gentlewoman another minute. 2?
1 minute.
1 minute.
Thank you.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Pallone, for yielding the time, because I was about to answer the question on everyone's mind. Why would anyone oppose putting money back into the pockets of hard-working American families? And it's because the GOP is so aligned with oil and gas companies. They want you to spend as much energy as possible. The utility companies want you to use as much energy as possible because that benefits their bottom line and not yours. So rather than do the dirty work for polluters and electric utilities, I would say let's stand up for the families we represent and put money back into their pockets, whether it's a dishwasher, a refrigerator, an AC, whatever it is. They need a little bit of relief, and that's what we're here. We're here to serve them, not the special interests. So I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill, and I yield back my time. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from New Jersey reserved. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close. We don't have any other members on our side, so I'm prepared.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield 5 minutes now to the gentleman from Illinois. Not here? Oh, here he is. Mr. Sean Casten.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we often talk about kitchen table issues, and what better time to elevate those issues than this week, which you all have declared in honor of refrigerator freedom. Now, specifically, as I was walking around July 4th, I heard a lot of issues from my constituents about refrigerators. Some of them asked, who put the meat in the crisper drawer? That was a big fight. Why aren't you using the egg holder for your eggs? If you use the last of the mustard, don't just put it back in the fridge. Go to the store, get some more mustard. That's a fight, right? And there's the always controversial, what should we or should we not replace a perfectly good refrigerator just because it doesn't match our cabinets? These are the real issues that are bothering Americans around their kitchen table when they talk about refrigerators. And if those sound silly, I would only point out that those issues are vastly more important, more substantive, and are legitimate points of debate. You can argue both sides of any of those issues than anything in this bill, because this bill doesn't address those issues. All it does is gut efficiency standards that, if left in place, will save American consumers more than $3 billion on their utility bills over the next 3 decades. I'm going to say this very slowly so that everybody across the aisle can understand. If you save energy, you don't have to pay for energy. I think you all know this because some of you have probably at some point said to your kids, shut the window, I've got the AC on. I don't want to waste energy. I don't want to waste money, and I cool my house. That's the same thing here in these standards. And also, I think as anybody who's ever sat around a kitchen table knows, Americans kind of like to save money on their energy bills. So here we find ourselves with efficiency standards in place that lower Americans' utility bills, and Republicans are proposing legislation to block Americans from access to cheaper energy in the name of refrigerator freedom. God bless refrigerators. Now, I oppose this bill because it's bad for consumers, because it's bad for the environment, and quite honestly, it's bad for this institution because it's a waste of our time. Furthermore, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. Now, if House rules permitted, I would have offered this motion with an important amendment to this bill, and my amendment would require that the act not take effect until the Secretary of Energy submits to Congress a certification that this act, including amendments made by this act, will not result in higher energy costs for American consumers. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for this motion to recommit. I yield back.
Without objection. Gentleman from New Jersey.
I continue to reserve. I do have another speaker.
Gentleman reserves.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Biden administration's own Department of Energy and their analysis finds that efficiency mandates could increase the upfront cost by 28%, and it could take consumers 12 years to pay back the increased cost on a product like a dishwasher that may only last 7 to 12 years. It's going to take you 12 years to pay for something that may wear out in 7 years based on DOE's own analysis. That makes no sense. You know, young lady mentioned earlier that Republicans were not wanting to help American consumers, wanting to take money out of their pocket. This is actually the opposite of that. We're wanting to help save the American public money over time by stopping these reckless, rush to green regulations like we're voting on today, dealing with both refrigerators and dishwashers and then gas stoves, but only because they have a green agenda that really wants to do away with fossil fuels. And let's just call it what it is. That is their agenda, to end the use of fossil fuels in the United States of America. At a time when we need, as a growing nation, a growing population, growing metropolitan centers, we need more energy. The demand for energy is only going up, it's not going down. But the continued war against American-produced fossil fuels is costing Americans' ability to improve their quality of life and their standard of living. We need to continue debating the need for efficient, reliable, affordable, and dispatchable energy resources. Something that's 24/7, 365, always on, always ready, always available, not weather dependent, not sunlight dependent, intermittent energy sources. We need to continue debating that. But instead, we're having to push back against an administration that, under broad legislation passed by the United States Congress, has given them the ability to write rules and make regulations without necessarily congressional oversight in many cases. And that's why I believe the Supreme Court overturned the Chevron deference to say these agencies don't just have carte blanche to do whatever political agenda pushes them in the mindset to do. I think Congress needs to focus on really defining what those rules are in the legislation we pass here, and I think that's what the Supreme Court is ultimately going to force us to do. Be very clear, no ambivalence, no ambiguity. We have a nation that's hurting because of the Biden economic factors that are causing inflation. It started with energy on day one by stopping the Keystone Pipeline, ending lease sales on the Outer Continental Shelf, destroying the American energy base. And the Democrats will say, well, energy production is up. And it is. But it's up because of past administration policies that expanded oil and gas leasing on the Outer Continental Shelf and on the federal land. These things don't pop up to the ground overnight. It takes decades sometimes to get an energy project to producing. The permitting process alone takes years. Then you got to go find the resource and produce a resource and get it online where Americans can benefit from it. And guess who else could benefit from it? The world. Because with the abundance of natural gas we have in this country, we could be a tremendous exporter. And we export a lot, but we could do a lot more because of the abundance of natural gas we have here to help the quality of life, standard of living of people all over the globe. But yet we see the administration say we're going to put this pause, basically it was a ban, pause on LNG exports. That hurts our allies in Europe that are facing Vladimir Putin's cutting on and off the spigot of natural gas. It hurts folks around the world that are in energy poverty, that America could help raise out of that poverty. Americans know they're hurting because it started with energy. We've talked a lot about that. But Americans also see a border that's wide open and 16+ million people that have crossed our southern border that are raping and killing American citizens. Crime rates are going up in cities. They're straining our social services at the state level in our own communities, causing our property taxes to go up, our state income taxes to go up to pay for folks that aren't even legally in the United States of America, and that's because of Joe Biden's open border policies. Sure, we ought to debate a lot of things in this Congress instead of debating regulations on efficiency standards on dishwashers and gas stoves and refrigerators and freezers and all these things, but the Biden administration has definitely overreached in these areas because they have a green agenda that they're pushing. Republicans want to help Americans maintain their standard of living, improve their standard of living, improve their quality of life. We can do that by lowering taxes. We can do that by improving the economy, which the Biden economic policies have not done. We saw tremendous spending in the IRA and other things. Well, more government spending equates to higher inflation. That's not me saying it. That's economists all over the globe understand that simple concept. We want to improve the quality of life of people and not make their appliances that they rely on every day less efficient, cost more, and in the case of dishwashers, having to pay for something that wore out 3 or 4 years ago. They're still paying on it. And if you factor in this cost savings, folks, it's pennies a day. In fact, it's probably pennies a year. It gets into the less than $20 savings over the life of the appliance. That's not saving the American people money. And so I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7700, to stop the Unaffordable Dishwasher Standards Act, and let's protect affordability, and let's preserve the quality of life for Americans. I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire how much time is available on either side?
Gentleman from New Jersey has 14 minutes remaining.
I'd ask the gentlewoman, I'd yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter.
The gentleman was recognized.
So I think it's important before we legislate on something to know something about it. So I know a lot about dishwashers because I'm a single mom and I load and unload and load and unload and rinse and buy detergent. So I wonder if the gentleman who's supporting this legislation about dishwashers, proposing to be an expert in what the American people want in their dishwashers, would be willing to engage in a little colloquy with me about dishwashers. I would like to yield. Are you willing to engage in this? Representative Duncan, I'd like to know if you know what the average utility cost is a month to run a dishwasher. Nope, he doesn't know. $2 to $4 a month. In other words, about a third of a Frappuccino. $2 to $4 a month. Mr. Duncan, do you know about how much a dishwasher costs, Representative Duncan? Like a mid-range dishwasher? Nope, he doesn't know. About 800, 900. You want to get fancier, like 1,000? Representative Duncan, do you know the best ways, the most important things you can do to make your dishwasher get the dishes clean? Nope, not a dishwasher expert. Loading it correctly. Mr. Chair, do you know how long it takes to load a dish out? What the most important technique is to load a dishwasher correctly? It is loading it correctly. Well, I'm asking. Because what I haven't heard, I've heard a lot about the Biden border, the so-called border crisis. What I haven't heard about is anything about dishwashers. So as somebody who saved and scrimped and was so proud to get a new dishwasher and can tell you a lot about them, what they cost, what kinds of features they have, how to load it properly, which I wish every person, every man and child in America would listen to their wife.
Gentlewoman, another 2 minutes.
Would listen to their spouse about how to load the dishwasher correctly. Those are the most important things that make your dishes get clean. This bill is ridiculous. It is Congress at its worst. A bunch of people who haven't unloaded a dishwasher ever, telling the American people what legislation, what kind of dishwashers they should or should not be able to buy. On behalf of every American woman who's going to load and unload tonight and again tomorrow morning, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from New Jersey. Gentleman from New Jersey reserved. Gentleman from South Carolina is now recognized.
Time's left on our side.
Gentleman has 14 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To address the gentlelady, I wasn't going to engage in a colloquy on the floor during a debate on this issue. But I do load and unload the dishwasher. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that many times I have opened the dishwasher, loaded properly with the right amount of dishwashing liquid or pod put in, that all the dishes aren't clean. Rinsed off before they were put in to the gentlelady, and had to run it again. And Americans know this. This isn't just me and my household. Americans know they have to run the dishwasher oft times more than once. How is that a cost savings? How is it a cost savings when you have to run it more than once? And Americans know you open that dishwasher after it's cycled, and apparently the heating component of the efficiency standards didn't dry the dishes. So they get them out before they put them in the cabinet, because you don't want to put wet dishes up. You get a towel down and you dry every one of them off. Cup, knife, fork, plate, pan. You dry it off before you put it up. Heck, you might as well have just washed it in the sink versus using an inefficient dishwasher that's becoming more and more inefficient based on these standards. I'm not going to stand here and be lectured by someone who seemed very pious about dishwashers or washing laundry or loading a refrigerator properly to stay away from the hot spots, because we're going to go to refrigerators next, and I'm sure some of these same comments are going to be brought up. But guess what? I don't have to, because the American people know. The American people know what they deal with every day, and they know they're going to pay more for an appliance that's less efficient, and they may still be paying for it when the thing's worn out. And that's unfair to the American people. We should be about improving the standard of living, quality of life of Americans. And I'll address one other thing the gentlelady said. The so-called border crisis. Every American knows we have a border crisis. We've had over 16 million people enter our country, not with a visa, not with a permission slip, to come here illegally. And they reside in our communities. Because guess what? Every state's a border state now. Even her state. Even South Carolina, where I come from. Because these migrants have been bused or flown at taxpayer expense into our communities. So I won't stand here and hear it be called a so-called border crisis, because Americans know it is a border crisis when 16 million people illegally enter. We're not talking about 6. 16 million or more, and those are just the ones we know about. What about the ones that the Border Patrol see cross the border, they go into the bushes, they go after them, they can't find them, and they're not counted in the got-away numbers because they've been told those migrants may have gone back across the border. So they're not counted in those numbers. What about the ones that cross the border in areas that aren't patrolled currently? Those people that come through that have no encounter with law enforcement at all, they're never counted. And they may have nefarious goals in mind, because all of these illegal aliens that have crossed our border aren't just from Mexico or Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Latin American countries. A lot of them are coming from China and Russia and the Middle East. And America knows we have no idea who's in our country. Let me say that again. Americans, we have no idea who is in our country. When I got into this conversation about energy prices and the border and economics and inflation, high interest rates, cost of goods costing more now than they did 4 years ago, oftentimes 28, 30, 35% more. Americans know, and they don't want to pay more for an appliance that's inefficient. That's the gist of this debate. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers. Are prepared to close? All right. I yield myself such time as I may consume, Mr.
Gentleman's
Speaker.
recognized.
I want to go back to the dishwashers because I want to clarify some of the facts here. Republicans are throwing around a lot of numbers that I believe are not true. Yesterday at the Rules Committee, we heard from Republicans that the new dishwasher standards will take 12 years for consumers to break even, and they cited Department of Energy as the source for this number. However, the 12-year payback period is in reference to a DOE evaluation of a proposed standard from May of last year. The Department of Energy didn't actually adopt that rule. The actual payback period for the rule that was finalized is 3.9 years, and the estimated average lifetime of a dishwasher is way longer. DOE estimates that the price increase for dishwashers going from the lowest efficiency to the new minimum efficiency standard required will be $26, and these $26 will be paid back in less than 4 years. Additionally, the price of most dishwashers is not expected to increase at all. Many models already meet the standards or only require small adjustments. And as you can see, Republicans are using old data to trivialize the savings from the standards and exaggerate the costs. As we've said over and over, the Department of Energy considers the technology, the costs, and the savings in this process. And this bill is about gutting agencies and deregulating everything and trying to sell it to the American people as a consumer protection, which it's not. And I'd like to clear up a few other misconceptions which seem to be circulating on the Republican side. At yesterday's Rules meeting, my Republican colleagues expressed outrage that the Department of Energy employees are setting appliance efficiency standards, implying that this isn't their job and that this is just another example of the Biden administration overreach. But the truth is, this is their job. These efficiency standards are congressionally mandated. The Energy Policy and Conservation Act requires that the Department of Energy evaluate and finalize appliance energy conservation standards, and the Appliance Energy Conservation Program at Department of Energy was created in 1987. Who was president in 1987? Ronald Reagan. This program was created under a Republican president with a Republican-controlled Senate and a Democratic House. And Republicans are not upset about the specifics of the conservation standards, believe me. They're upset about the existence of standards at all. If you take a look at Project 2025, their policy proposals for a second Trump administration, you'll see this all over the place, the excessive gutting of critical federal programs that help all Americans. So let me just give you an example. Not many Americans have heard of Project 2025, which is this shadowy effort led by former Trump administration officials and those who would staff a second Trump administration to implement far-right policies. It calls for radical ideas such as banning abortion nationwide, cutting taxes for the rich, and ending the independence of the Department of Justice. Front and center in Project 2025's plans for the Department of Energy is an idea, and to this I make a direct quote, to eliminate energy efficiency standards for appliances. The war Republicans have declared on energy efficiency is not organic. It's a small part of a larger effort to attack American institutions and dismantle the parts of the government that keep us safe and save consumers money. So I just want everyone to understand that when we're talking about here with energy efficiency standards, it's just part of a larger effort to basically eliminate all consumer protections. I urge my colleagues to please not fall for the Republican framing of these issues. Energy efficiency used to be bipartisan, and it helps all Americans. It helps all Americans. Nobody's opposed to it other than this ideological crusade on the part of the Republicans. So with that, I reserved the balance of my, with that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that our members vote against this bill, and the next one that follows on refrigerators, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Enacted in 1975, the Energy Policy and Conservation Act provides specific criteria for the DOE to follow in order to propose a new appliance efficiency standard. I went over those standards earlier. The Biden administration has consistently ignored these requirements by proposing and finalizing standards that violate the statute. Now, Mr. Speaker, I owe you an apology. And I owe the gentleman from New Jersey an apology, because I misspoke earlier when I said the payback period was 12 years. According to the Federal Registry, Wednesday, April 24th, 2024, under this proposed rule, and I'd like to submit this document for the record.
Without objection.
This is a table in the Federal Registry, and it says it's a 16-year payback for dishwashers. I said 12. I apologize for misspeaking, because it's really 16 years. Not Jeff's words. These are in the Federal Register. Americans know that these standards will lessen the efficiency of appliances, will cost them more in upfront cost, and ultimately cost them more in inconvenience, in multiple run cycles, in cost over the lifetime when you have a 16-year payback. This is the right piece of legislation to push back against the administrative overreach, and I'd urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7700, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1341, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing or enforcing energy conservation standards for dishwashers that are not cost-effective or technologically feasible and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Caston of Illinois moves to recommit the bill H.R. 7700 to the Committee on Energy and Commerce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
the motion is not agreed to.
Nays.
The gentleman asks for the yeas and nays. As requested, those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1341, I call up the bill H.R. 7637, ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 375, H.R. 7637, a bill to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing or enforcing energy conservation standards for refrigerator freezers, and freezers that are not cost-effective or technologically feasible and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1341, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Blown, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on legislation and insert extraneous material on H.R. 7637.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 7637, the Refrigerator Freedom Act, and I thank Congresswoman Miller Meeks for leading these efforts. You know, throughout this Congress, the Energy and Commerce Committee has heard time after time how this administration has prioritized a radical climate agenda over the needs of everyday Americans. If you listen to the last debate, you'll see a lot of that. The fact is, the American people cannot afford President Biden's energy policies. They're expensive, they're unreliable, and they're diminishing the quality of life for folks across the country. House Republicans are tired of this administration trying to pull the wool over the eyes of the American people. We're tired of them putting the interests of the climate lobby over those of hardworking Americans. The Biden administration's obsession with rationing our abundant energy is reducing the quality of life for Americans. They are making it more difficult and more expensive for you to cook your food and heat your homes and all the other things that we've talked about over the last number of debates on these issues. With record high inflation, out of control utility bills, unaffordable home prices, the Biden administration's efficiency regulations will make household appliances more expensive. That's just the bottom line. The Department of Energy's proposed standards for refrigerators and freezers yield nearly non-existent savings. The life cycle cost savings for these products is only 3 cents over the course of 9.3 years. 3 cents over 9 years. Thanks to the Biden administration, Americans will spend 34% more on appliances today than they did just a decade ago. These appliances are not only more expensive, they are of lesser quality, include fewer features that Americans rely on, and they have a shorter lifespan. These efficiency standards reflect just how out of touch the Biden administration is with everyday Americans who are struggling to make ends meet. This legislation will prevent the DOE from enforcing standards for refrigerators and freezers unless they are, once again, technologically feasible and economically justified, which are not likely to result in additional costs to the consumer, and unless they will result in a significant cost conservation of energy. This bill will protect affordability, quality, and choice for Americans for the refrigerators and freezers they buy. It puts the Americans' interests first. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7637, the Refrigerator Freedom Act, and I thank Representative Miller Meeks for leading this legislation, and I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as it may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, just like our debate on the last bill, which we completed, there's no reason for the House to be debating this bill today. It already passed as part of the Hands Off Our Home Appliances Act in May, and yet House Republicans are wasting all of our time by bringing it up again, and it's just another example of why they can't govern. So we're here now to debate H.R. 7637, the Refrigerator Freedom Act. That's right. Republicans are fighting to give refrigerators freedom. Now imagine that. You don't hear them fighting for the same thing for American women. In fact, Republicans are trying to strip away a woman's freedom when it comes to reproductive health care, pushing nationwide abortion bans, talking about misplaced priorities. I can't imagine any more misplaced priority than this bill today. This bill, along with the other anti-efficiency bills pushed by Republicans, are bad for Americans. It robs Americans of savings on their monthly home energy bills and ignores that even the appliance manufacturing industry supports these standards, these efficiency standards. I'm going to repeat that. The industry supports these efficiency standards. So why are you trying to repeal them? This bill will increase energy bills for American families. H.R. 7637 targets DOE's recently finalized refrigerator efficiency standards. The bill adds burdensome and vague language to the standard-setting process and creates unattainable metrics for the enforcement of standards. If this bill becomes law, the Department of Energy will be unable to enforce its recently finalized consensus-based efficiency standards. Now, when setting appliance standards, DOE already has to ensure that the standards are economically justifiable, technologically feasible, and result in energy savings. That's required under the existing bipartisan law. And just like the last standard that Republicans targeted with dishwashers, the refrigerator standard is a result of a consensus agreement between the appliance manufacturing industry, efficiency advocates, and consumer advocates, meaning that everyone supports this standard except for the Republicans here today. It's easy to understand why. Refrigerator standards haven't been updated in over a decade, so it was time to revisit them. And this new standard is projected to save Americans more than $36 billion over 30 years. That's significant savings to American families, and yet House Republicans are so comfortable of robbing them of these savings. Models that meet the new standards are already on the market, so the standards are certainly achievable. The problem with this bill is that it threatens the Department of Energy's ability to do its job. It enables future administrations to chip away at efficiency standards and muddies the process so much that implementation of new standards is threatened. This bill includes the same harmful provision that prohibits DOE from enforcing new or existing standards if they increase upfront costs even marginally. It totally disregards the significant savings associated with energy efficient appliances that Americans see firsthand on their monthly energy bills in the months and years after they purchase the new appliance. It also ignores the fact that the Department of Energy already has a robust process to evaluate costs and savings. Now, in the last debate, I mentioned Project 2025, this shadowy effort by the Trump administration officials and those who would staff a second Trump administration to implement far-right policies. A lot of Republicans claim that they don't know anything about Project 2025. I think even President Trump said that. And they don't want to implement some of its ideas, they claim. But this bill on the floor today just shows how phony that claim is. The fact of the matter is these bills, along with the other energy bills that Republicans have passed this Congress, are Project 2025. House Republicans and their leader, Donald Trump, don't just know about Project 2025, they love it. They want to pass it. They have passed it already in many aspects. They're actively working right now as we debate this bill on this floor to make Project 2025 the law of the land. This bill is part of an orchestrated campaign, not just to make you pay more at the pump and on your electric bills, but to bring America back to not just the 20th century, but the 1800s. And I oppose that, and for that reason, I urge all of my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've got a company in my district that makes refrigerators, and the R&D, research and development, for the folks back home that go into designing a refrigerator was mind-boggling to me. I thought refrigeration was pretty simple. But they optimize where the milk is stored and where the meat goes and hot spots in the refrigerator to make sure that temperatures are consistent, food will remain fresh for a longer period of time. Not because some government mandate said that that refrigerator needs to be more efficient, but because the market demands it. And if the market demands it and they can provide that to meet the market challenge, then they will end up with more market share. That means more units sold, and this company rolls a new refrigerator off the line every 4 seconds. It's crazy. I'd like to yield some time to the gentleman from Georgia, who is a valuable member of Energy and Commerce Committee. He's also chair of the Environment Subcommittee. Mr. Carter, I'd like to yield 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the representative from Iowa's bill, H.R. 7637. The Refrigerator Freedom Act will protect American consumers from unaffordable and unrealistic standards from the Department of Energy. The Department of Energy efficiency standards for home appliances have long reached a point of overregulation and now cause more harm than good for consumers. According to testimony before the Energy and Commerce Committee, most major home appliances have been subjected to 4, 5, or even 6 rounds of successively tighter DOE efficiency standards over the decades. We have long reached the point of diminishing our negative returns for consumers, yet DOE continues to wage a war against the American consumer. Instead of doubling down on failing climate policy pursuits, we should re-examine the existing standards that are not in the best interest of consumers with little to no so-called climate benefits. The Refrigerator Freedom Act will stop DOE from prescribing or enforcing these arbitrary standards that are not helping consumers at all, and worse, increasing costs without added benefits. I urge my colleagues, support this bill on behalf of the American consumer and true efficiency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes now to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the ranking member for the time and for his leadership and clarity on what is truly important and what is not. I rise today to celebrate the Republicans' National Appliance Protection Day, and this specific bill, the Refrigerator Freedom Act. That's right. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are using their majority and our precious floor time to protect kitchen appliances. They are not trying to protect women's reproductive freedom. No, they're actually trying to take away a woman's freedom to control her own body. They are not trying to protect voting rights so that every eligible voter can vote. No, this week we actually will also be voting on a bill that is trying to make it more difficult for poor and rural Americans to vote. They're not trying to protect Americans' freedom to be who they want to be and marry whomever they want. No. Their Project 2025 platform intends to erase marriage equality for all Americans. And they are not trying to protect our children from their new leading cause of death in this country, guns. Nope. They are trying to protect every American's right to turn a semi-automatic weapon of war into an even deadlier automatic weapon of war. That's right. Instead of reproductive freedom, Republicans are focused on refrigerator freedom. In closing, I do want to give my friends on the other side of the aisle credit for one thing. They are certainly consistent. Just as they want to take our country back to the 1950s, where white Christian men were in complete control, they also want to take our appliance technology back to the 1950s as well. I yield back.
Yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
You know, Mr. Speaker, some things never change. I woke up today, and thank God the sky was blue. There was traffic, lots of traffic in Washington, D.C., and once again, Democrats are trying to take away appliances from hardworking Americans. They want to take away the things that hardworking Americans do want and shove on hardworking Americans the things they don't want. This government's out-of-control spending by Democrats has already made everyone's life hell. Americans can hardly afford to stock their refrigerators with food, and now Democrats want to take the damn refrigerator away as well. The state of this country's energy infrastructure is already alarming. Gas prices above $3.50 a gallon. Our electrical grid, sorry to say, still remains vulnerable to cyber attacks. We're draining our strategic stockpiles and relying on foreign sources for energy. These are serious national concerns. Yet what's President Biden and the Department of Energy focused on? Taking away the basic appliances that Americans want. Terrorists are crossing our borders daily. China continues to grow more emboldened, and violent crime continues to plague our streets. But if you didn't know any better, if you thought about it, you would think that refrigerators and dishwashers and stoves were the greatest enemies of the United States of America. Maybe they are in the eyes of our Democratic colleagues. Let's focus on the real threats this country faces. Democrats continue their war on the American consumer in the name of some Green New Deal agenda. If enacted, these supposed energy efficiency standards by the DOE would increase the cost for Americans, every single American, and would take more than a decade to pay back that cost. It's not going to stop climate change. If the left were serious about climate change, they'd be better served focusing on nuclear energy and modular power plants. They would be better focusing on any other means to save energy other than taking it away from the American public. Sort of like solar panels. They make sense. The kitchen's for the family, for memories, for gatherings, for good times. It's not time to have these folks meddling in your lives to further micromanage their families. Let's leave the appliance decisions, the appliances that men and women want to buy in this country. It's a basic principle to those who use them, not to those who wish once again to overregulate them and force things down their throat they just don't want. I strongly support these bills, and I yield back.
Yields. Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now 6 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. Castor.
Woman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member for yielding the time. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 7637. It's a Republican bill that is going to raise costs on hardworking American families. And it's very emblematic of what they call this unfortunate session of Congress, the do-nothing Congress, the least productive Congress in modern times. You know, like the dishwasher bill we debated before the refrigerator bill, Republicans seek to throw a wrench into the cost savings for American families. And in doing so, they're not siding with the people, with the folks we represent back home, but siding with corporate special interests, the big utility companies, the big oil companies, because they make more money when you spend more energy, when your refrigerator isn't as efficient, when your air conditioner isn't as efficient. And part of the focus of Democrats in the last Congress was putting money back into your pocket to provide new incentives for cost-saving, energy-efficient home upgrades to your home, more insulation for your home. And I used my time in the last debate for a public service announcement. If you go to energy.gov/save, there are a whole host of ways to put money back into your pockets at the time that you need it. We're about 2 years from passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, and I know a lot of folks said, well, what? Gosh, I'm still getting pinched by the affordability crisis. But that is the historic bill that passed by a Democratic-led Congress, signed by President Biden, that finally put a cap on insulin at $35 per month. It was the first time that we beat Big Pharma by directing Medicare to negotiate drug prices. Puts a $2,000 cap on out-of-pocket expenses for seniors who rely on prescription drugs. It also was the law that provided these important cost savings to American families for energy-efficient appliances. I know that big oil and the utility companies don't like it, and I know that the Republicans are closely aligned with them. But this is very important in this day and age where we've got to use cleaner, cheaper appliances, and we have to cut pollution. American families want these innovative, efficient appliances for one reason: they save money. And take the refrigerator. Compared to refrigerators of the 1970s, when the first efficiency standards were proposed, refrigerators today are cheaper. They're cheaper up front, and they do a better job of keeping our groceries cold. But critically, they use about 75% less energy, and they save American families hundreds of dollars a year on their electricity bills. This is all thanks to industry innovation that was spurred by direction to Congress to appliance manufacturers to do better over time. In fact, when the Department of Energy announced at the end of last year the updated standards for our refrigerators and freezers, they said the efficiency standards being adopted today have not been updated in over a decade. They align with the recommendations from a diverse set of stakeholders, including the manufacturers, the Manufacturer Trade Association, environmental groups, energy groups, consumer advocates, states. Compliance will be required by 2029 or 2030, depending on your make or model. DOE and the Biden administration, they have been laser focused in developing these strong energy efficiency standards to build on the historical success, capture even more cost savings for American families who need it right now. As has been discussed by Ranking Member Pallone, the Department of Energy works very closely with manufacturers. They develop a consensus during this rulemaking process. What is technically feasible and what can help save folks money. They actually estimate that these new standards will save Americans over $1 trillion on household energy bills over the next 30 years. And Americans deserve a Congress who is going to stand up for them and their cost savings and serve the people, not serve the bottom line of electricity companies and big oil and gas companies. And this is quite a contrast. I mean, they call it the Do-Nothing Congress. It started out in a session where they could not, they decided the Speaker of the House should not continue to serve. There were shutdowns and showdowns. Here, where they've doubled down on some very extremist policies. And this is such a stark contrast to when Democrats controlled the House of Representatives. We didn't squander time debating dishwashers and refrigerators. What did we do? We passed the historic PACT Act to make sure that veterans that were exposed to toxic burn pits, Agent Orange and other toxic substances would get the care and the benefits they earn. The historic PACT Act, passed by Democrats, signed by President Biden. We passed a historic infrastructure law that's repairing our roads and bridges, delivering clean and safe water to communities across the country, cleaning up pollution, expanded access to high-speed internet, 2 weeks ago, I was able to announce a $25 million grant for a neighborhood in the city of Tampa that has not gotten the investment it has deserved for decades, thanks to the infrastructure law. We're going to make ADA compliant sidewalks, make the streets.
2 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the ranking member for the additional time, because this neighborhood needs that investment. Have we debated any way to help neighborhoods in this Republican-led Congress? No, we haven't. Today, we're able to announce a $24 million grant for my local transit agency back in St. Petersburg and Pinellas County that's going to upgrade their buses and expand service and create workforce development initiatives to train people who are interested in these good-paying jobs. That Democratic-led Congress passed the Safer Communities Act in a country now where death by firearm is the leading cause of death for children age 0 to 18. We passed also that historic Inflation Reduction Act, that historic law that, yes, capped the price of insulin at $35 if you're on Medicare, and finally directed Medicare to negotiate drug prices, stood up to Big Pharma for a change. Estimated over 106,000 of my neighbors will save over $500 if they rely on the Affordable Care Act for their health insurance. That was also part of the Inflation Reduction Act. So I just wanted to call out the contrast. Refrigerators and dishwashers squandering time, wasting time, or people who are really here for the people, to fight for lower cost and to put money back into your families. And I think Mr. Goldman had it right when he said it's time for this House to get serious. Rather than refrigerator freedom, how about the freedom for women to make their own health care decisions? Rather than our bodies being controlled by politicians here in Washington, D.C. or back home. These are decisions that should be between a woman and her doctor and her family. So refrigerator freedom? How about we get back to working on reproductive freedom, lowering costs for families, working on safer communities, good-paying jobs, delivering for them rather than the special interests who have all too much influence here in Washington, D.C. Please vote no on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the funny thing is, if manufacturers wanted to make a more efficient appliance, they could. And I tell them, go for it. The Manufacturing Alliance and all the trade groups she mentioned, they don't need something from the government to tell them to do something more efficient. If they think there's a market for it, or they think that they have some desire to be more efficient, they can do it. They don't need the government to tell them to do it. You know, the way government operates around here, especially under a Democrat administration, is they're coming up with a solution that's looking for a problem. And if a problem doesn't exist, they create one. And they create a regulation to manage it and grow government. You know, Ronald Reagan, talking about Democrat government, said their solution is, I'm from the government, I'm here to help. Democrats continue to want to throw more money at problems that they see. And she went through a whole litany, Jill Lay from Florida went through a whole litany of things the Democrats would focus on. But you know what, America, she left the border out of that. Over 16 million people have crossed the border. That wasn't on her list. She wasn't talking about lowering interest rates on mortgages so people can actually buy their first home, or right now they can't because it's out of reach. It's unaffordable. She didn't talk about lowering prices at the grocery store or Walmart or anywhere else you shop, because the Biden administration's inflationary practices have driven up cost everywhere on everything since day one of the administration, from energy cost to food and other items that you purchase. I kind of chuckled at her little sign there, but I'm reminded of Will Rogers. He was talking about government spending, I think, but he said, really the only time the taxpayer is safe is when Congress isn't in session, because Congress seems to muck it up by growing government and wanting to tax to get the money to feed that growing government. Will Rogers is probably right. I want to yield 4 minutes to the gentlelady who is author of this legislation, Ms. Miller Meeks. 4 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 4 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from South Carolina for yielding me time. As I'm listening to this debate, it is astounding to hear about the $17 a year that I may save so I could perhaps stop at the local convenience store to get a coffee once a month, when the reason why prices are high right now is the Biden-Harris administration and the last Congress have made prices higher. Inflation is over 20%. First, it was tackling America's energy independence and restricting consumer choice. They started imposing draconian rules, such as the tailpipe emission rule, not leasing for oil and gas drilling on federal lands or public lands, forcing automakers to have less efficient vehicles that Americans do not want, and even vehicles that can't hold a charge in the winter, such as a state like Iowa. Prices are up everywhere in the United States. Energy prices are up, they're up at the gas pump, the electricity prices are up, and that relates to food prices, which are also up. And at a time when record high inflation and gas prices are hurting families, the Biden-Harris administration again pushes policies that restrict exports of liquefied natural gas that would have provided a much-needed boost to the economy and helped our allies around the world. And now, because of dismantling America's energy production, undermining our national security, and restricting what car you can drive wasn't enough, this administration has decided to dictate what home appliances Americans can have in their home. Do you know what? When I go to look for an appliance, I look at the little sticker, and I determine if saving $12 a month or saving $30 a month is worth the increased cost. The increased cost for a appliance that doesn't have the life of the refrigerator or the appliance that I have now. In addition to which, are those inefficiencies, are they based on the energy prices that we are now paying because the Biden-Harris administration has increased energy prices across the board, and they will continue to increase them because of their ill-founded policies that are benefiting their allies as well, their special interest groups. On January 17th, the Biden-Harris administration issued a final rule to regulate refrigerators and freezers. Now, it's interesting that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have said this is already in the rule. Then why on earth would you be here arguing about a bill if it's already implemented in a rule, if the agency is already following it? We want to codify what it is that they're doing. If it truly is feasible, if it is economically justified, if it is technologically feasible, if it helps to lower emissions and lead to a better environment, they already have the authority to do that. We want to codify that into law. Why would you oppose codifying into law if the agency is already doing it? The reality is they are not doing it. Their practices are egregious and overreaching, and they want to force themselves into every aspect of our lives and dictate. You know, it's interesting. I thought about this as I was sitting here listening to this debate. One of the things that would help energy efficiencies of refrigerators is not to open and close the door so much. So maybe the EPA and the DOE should issue a rule mandating how often I better not say that because they may in fact do it. The Department of Energy argues that these energy mandates will save consumers money. But according to DOE's own supporting documentation, the payback period could take over 10 years. Refrigerator and freezer appliances have an average 14 to 15-year lifespan, and those numbers are drawn from existing appliances, not hypothetical future appliances that meet the department's new standards. Further, any cost savings realized to consumers over time is likely to be offset, as we've already said, by rising electric bills that are facing households across the country. This rule marks another way of manipulating the market to push an environmental agenda and eliminate consumer choice. My bill, the Refrigerator Freedom Act, prohibits the Department of Energy from enforcing unrealistic energy standards for refrigerators that are not energy inefficient. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. Which I enthusiastically support. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from North is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington State, Ms. Strickland.
Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized for 2 minutes.
Got it? Mr. Speaker, today the majority has decided to protect household appliances. That's the most important thing we can focus on in this House in 2024, the year of our Lord, with so much happening. Instead of doing the work that the American people sent us here to do, we are protecting household appliances. In 2022, we saw the Supreme Court end a woman's right to reproductive choice. And 21 states have followed suit with even greater attempts to limit women's reproductive health care. This bill, which I introduced to my colleagues, Reps. Fletcher and Raskin, would make sure that individuals crossing state lines are constitutionally protected when seeking safe and legal reproductive health care, or those traveling with them are protected from receiving criminal punishment. Impeding a woman's right to travel for health care is an assault on her freedom. Criminalizing women from crossing state lines to get reproductive care is a violation of the 14th Amendment. Being denied an abortion disproportionately affects women of color, especially black women. Black women in the U.S. are more likely to die from pregnancy or childbirth than women in any other racial group. Women deserve to be prioritized over household appliances. It is well past time for Congress to pass real legislation to protect real people, not household appliances. I urge you to pass my motion to recommit and do the real work that the American people sent us here to do. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permit, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would bring up H.R. 782, the Ensuring Women's Right to Reproductive Freedom Act. I now ask unanimous consent to insert the text of this amendment on the record. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I have no more members on our side of the aisle. I'm ready to close, but I'll reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'll close, Mr. Speaker. I have no additional.
Gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you. We've had a number of arguments that have been made today on the other side of the aisle, but one that is really infuriating to me, and should be to everyone in my opinion, is this Republican argument for freedom of appliance choice. Let the people choose. This is what the Republicans say. They want choice when it comes to refrigerators and dishwashers, but let the people choose who goes into their homes and keep the government's hands off it. Now, that Republican argument of freedom of choice with refrigerators and dishwashers doesn't hold when it comes to more important issues, life or death issues, like women's reproductive rights. Choice goes out the window for them when we talk about women's reproductive rights. Small government goes out the window. The right to decide and do what's best for you simply goes out the window. With the repeal of Roe v. Wade, the systematic dismantling of women's reproductive rights across the country and the attacks on IVF show that Republicans are only serious about choice when it comes to things like appliances. And this bill shows us where Republican priorities really are. I mentioned several times today Project 2025. This is President Trump says it's not his idea, it's the Heritage Foundation, but the reality is that what the Republicans are trying to do today is implement Project 2025 when it comes to efficiency standards for appliances, which is in Project 2025. But let me tell you some of the other things that are in Project 2025. Complete ban on abortions without exceptions. Ban on contraceptives. Additional tax breaks for corporations. Elimination of unions and worker protections. Raise the retirement age. Cut Social Security. Cut Medicare. End the Affordable Care Act. Raise prescription drug prices. Eliminate the Department of Education. End climate protection. End marriage equality. Defund the FBI and the Homeland Security Department, and most important, because it relates to what they're doing today, eliminate federal agencies like the FDA, the EPA, NOAA, and many, many more. Now, one of the most important aspects of Project 2025 is to gut any consumer protections and let the large corporations do whatever they want. I said that Project 2025 takes us back to the 1800s. Well, if you go back to the 1800s, there were no protections for food, for drugs. Consumer be damned. We don't care. We'll sell whatever fake medicine, fake, a food that is going to kill you, doesn't matter. That's not the federal government's role. And that's what the advocates of Project 2025 believe. They don't believe there should be any standards, any regulation for anything, for that matter. Consumer be damned. Now, there are a lot of misleading statements that were made today about the refrigerator efficiency standards, and just as there were about the dishwasher standards earlier. And I just want to set the record straight before I conclude. DOE finalized refrigerator standards, the ones that they finalized, will result in life cycle savings ranging from $50 to $140 depending on the product. The payback periods for these savings range from 1.6 years to 5.6 years, again depending on the actual product, and the average lifetime of a refrigerator is about 14 and a half years. So that means that those who buy new models will save significantly more on utility bills than any increase in purchase price. And I think the Republicans are clearly distorting the facts in order to make it sound like the new standards will result in increased costs and limited savings, when in reality the opposite is true. But I can't say I'm surprised by this tactic. This bill is about gutting agencies and deregulating everything. It's just an example of the larger Project 2025 that would just gut agencies, deregulate everything, and let corporations do whatever they want. Adulterated food, bad drugs, doesn't matter. We don't need an FDA. We don't need an EPA. We don't need any kind of consumer protection agency. I just want my colleagues to understand what this is really about. This isn't just about refrigerators and dishwashers. This is letting large corporations do whatever they want and not care at all about the consumer and whether they drink clean water or they breathe clean air or they eat food that they can depend on or drugs that they can depend on that actually will help them. So for all those reasons, I reject this bill, and I urge my colleagues to reject it. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll say again, enacted in 1975, the Energy Policy and Conservation Act provides specific criteria for DOE to follow in order to propose a new appliance efficiency standard. They may only propose a new standard if it results in a significant conservation of energy, is technologically feasible, and economically justified. New regulations are not economically justified, they're not necessarily technologically feasible, and there's not a significant conservation of energy. The Biden administration has consistently ignored these requirements by proposing and finalizing standards that violate this statute. You know, the gentleman from New Jersey is younger than I am, but I grew up in the 70s energy crisis. I was being flattering, Frank. I don't know how old you are. But we both grew up in the 70s in the energy crisis. And we did some things around the house that my dad mandated, but wasn't government mandates. When you left the house in the summertime, you turned the thermostat up so the air wouldn't run at its maximum, whatever temperature you wanted it, 72, 70, whatever, when nobody was home. We combined trips to the store so that you'd go by the gas station and by the grocery store and other stops and make one trip versus going in and out. He ingrained on me to cut the lights off, much to the chagrin of my children and what I've tried to teach them. But when you leave the room, you flip the switch off. So the lights weren't on when you weren't there. I'll say this, the agencies in Washington are going to learn a lesson from that, because I ride down Independence Avenue at night, Department of Energy even, all the lights are on in that building, and I know most of the employees are gone. In the wintertime, we turn the thermostat down and we put something warmer on. Grew up poor. Not poor, but we lived on a mill hill. Textile community when I was little. These were dad mandates. These weren't government mandates. But now we see government really becoming big brother. There are governments, state governments in most instances, that tell you where you can set your thermostat, when you can water your yard, when you can charge your EV. Big brother telling you to do more and more things, telling you what kind of car you can drive by really pushing EV mandates down on America when the consumer choice isn't that. We're seeing that kind of reverse trend in this country and demand rise for traditional gasoline and diesel-powered vehicles. But here again, we see a government mandate telling manufacturers you've got to create an appliance that isn't as efficient. It's going to cost the consumer more money on the front end, take them a lot longer to pay it back for an appliance usually that's probably worn out before they've gotten their repayment back. Dad taught us not to stand there with the refrigerator door open. In fact, smart refrigerators, I think, ding now if you hold the door open too long because it loses that coolness, creates an inefficiency. Don't think that was a government mandate either. I think that was technology that industry came up with. So we don't need more big government. We don't need more government regulation like this. It's going to cost consumers more money, affect their quality of life. This is simple legislation just to push back against this administration and mandates that this American public do not need and understand will lower their quality of life, their standard of living, cost them more money, and will not yield the cost savings that will be mandated. With that, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1341, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing or enforcing energy conservation standards for refrigerators, refrigerator freezers, and freezers that are not cost-effective or technologically feasible and for other purposes.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will read the motion.
Ms. Strickland of Washington moves to recommit the bill H.R. 7637 to the Committee on Energy and Commerce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question now is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will come to order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motion to recommit H.R. 7637. Passage of H.R. 7637 if ordered. Motion to recommit H.R. 7700 and passage of H.R. 7700 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 7630 offered by the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Strickland, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit offered by Ms. Strickland of Washington.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 186, the nays are 188. The amendment is not agreed to. The motion, the question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. For what purpose is the gentleman? The question's on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. For what purpose?
Mr. Speaker.
What purpose is the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, on that I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. 12, the nays are 192. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 7700 offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Casson, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
The bill or the motion? Motion to recommit, offered by Mr. Casson of Illinois.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. The yeas are 199, the nays are 207. The amendment is not agreed to. Motion is not adopted. Questions on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
On that, I ask for the yeas and nays, Mr. Speaker.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 192. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the House Republican Conference, I send to the desk a privileged resolution and ask for immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1342. Resolved that the following named member be and is hereby elected to the following standing committees of the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection. The reading is dispensed with. Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Members will take their conversations away from the floor, please. Members will take their conversations away from the floor, please. The chair will now entertain requests for the 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute. Please take your conversation away from the floor. Shh. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Parker's Convenience Stores for celebrating 40 years in business. Patrick Parker opened his first location in 1986 under the name Three Little Birds. Today, it has grown to 11 convenience stores throughout coastal Georgia. All Parker's locations tailor their products to meet customers' needs. Some stores are known for their gourmet food or beach items, while other stores are better known for their home-style cooking. Part of the local chain's success is due to the Parker's family's continuous involvement in both their business and the community. From supporting their children's schools to giving back to other charities, the Parkers are pillars of coastal Georgia. This tradition will certainly continue as Jack Parker, Patrick's son, is moving home to take over and expand the family business. I want to congratulate Parker's Convenience on 40 years of successful business and wish them well in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the remarkable career of Stella Whitney West, who is retiring after 17 years as the CEO of North Point Health and Wellness Center in Minneapolis. North Point is one of the district's federal qualified healthcare centers, serves thousands of my constituents every single year. It was the first FQHC to be designated as a health home care by the Minnesota Department of Public Health. North Point's role in serving our community during the COVID-19 pandemic was immeasurable, not only providing critical care and information, but also access to countless other resources like food and housing support. The positive impact that North Point has had on my district cannot be overstated, and it's all due to Stella Whitney West's incredible leadership. While Ms. Whitney West will be truly missed at North Point, the strong foundation she leaves will have a positive impact in the generations to come. Her dedication to public health is invaluable. Her life's work serving others has made Minneapolis a healthier and more equitable place for all of us. Mr. Speaker, it is my privilege to honor and thank Stella Whitney West for her distinguished career and faithful service to our community. I yield back.
There will be order, please. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise to thank the Mission Viejo Assistant City Manager, Keith Rattay, for his 29 years of dedicated service to our Mission Viejo community. As a landscape architect, he etched his artistic mark across the city, including at the Oso Creek Trail and at all parks, facilities, and recreation centers. Keith also helped with the Civic Center, Animal Services Center, amazing holiday lighting displays, and business designs. Literally, Keith's fingerprints are imprinted all over the city. He has been a great resource to me, my office, and Mission Viejo at large. Keith, I want to thank you for making Mission Viejo beautiful as it is today, and I wish you a very happy and wonderful retirement. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Alexandria Brown as Ohio's 13th Congressional District Champion of the Week. Alexandria is a fire medic for the City of Greene and the founder of Female Firefighters of Ohio, a nonprofit dedicated to providing resources to aspiring female firefighters through training, mentorship, and preparation for the fire service. Today, fewer than 10% of firefighters are women, and in order to increase the number of women in her field, Brown reaches out to aspiring female firefighters to provide support, including access to mentorship programs and monthly training sessions to gain critical experience and necessary certifications. Alexandria cultivates a supportive training environment that allows women to enter the field feeling prepared, supported, and capable of contributing to their departments, but most importantly, keeping all of our community safe. I am thankful for all of those who are willing to run towards the fire while we all run away and they keep our community safe. Alexandria's dedication to expanding female representation in her field is an inspiration for our community and a shining example of the spirit that makes our district the birthplace of champions. Thank you, Alexandria Brown, for your dedication to your field and the amazing work that you do to keep our community safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Are we doing Texas? For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I rise today to honor and thank retired Fire Department of New York Lieutenant Jack Kilty, a dedicated board member of the Tunnels to Tower Foundation. This foundation stands in memory of 9/11 hero Stephen Siller, and they work to support those brave individuals like Jack Kilty and Steve Siller who willingly risked their lives at a time when New York and our nation needed them. I've witnessed the impact of their work through my friend and constituent, Sergeant Major, retired, Sid Hamid. As an Army Green Beret, Sergeant Major Hamid selflessly placed himself in harm many times in battle through 9 separate tours that he encountered on behalf of the United States military. Through the program, Tunnels to Tower Foundation, Sergeant Hamid was gifted a smart home just this last beginning of the summer. Jack Kilty of the New York City Fire Department traveled down to Franklin, Texas to personally present the home to the Hamid family. In recognition of this selflessness, I stand here today to say thank you to Jack Kilty. with a very important certificate signed by the governor of the state of Texas, Governor Greg Abbott, proclaiming Jack Kilty to be an honorary Texan. Mr. Speaker, our great nation needs people who will stand up at a time of need. And this is exactly what 9/11 has produced: brave Americans, but also selflessness in their service to others. I thank Jack Kilty, Tunalson Tower, and Sergeant Hamed for their great service to this great nation. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
I rise to commemorate the 16th Annual Orange County Fire Authority Best and Bravest Awards. This program celebrates OCFA's firefighters and professional staff, highlighting their brave service that keeps our communities safe. For California, fire season is no longer just a season. It's year-round. Climate change has intensified the frequency and severity of wildfires. In this tough environment, OCFA personnel have consistently risen to the occasion, preventing tragedy, protecting lives, and safeguarding homes and possessions. In Congress, I've proudly championed legislation to help firefighters. My bills would boost firefighter pay and benefits and standardize national disaster research to better support their work. Showing gratitude to first responders means supporting them both on and off the job. Congratulations to the Best and Bravest Award winners, and thank you to everyone at OCFA for your outstanding courage, dedication, and resilience. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House will amend by extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I come from California, which there's a certain amount of risk in saying that because we do a lot of wacky things there. It's a wonderful state, wonderful geography, wonderful weather, so many great things, but the governance sometimes, I don't know. What we're exporting currently is a lot of the work of the California Air Resources Board, which currently is trying to regulate locomotives into technology that doesn't even yet exist, and therefore foist that same non-technology onto other states, because we're talking the logistics of moving freight in California, but also out of California that can't be moved because they don't have a plan for that. We would have them have to switch switch locomotives at the border, or with CARB's plans, they don't really care about that. They want us to just make everybody in the whole country have to buy locomotives to meet a Tier 4, they're called, which isn't even available yet, let alone beyond Tier 4. They want to go to zero emissions, which isn't really zero, the so-called electric trains, okay? They're not even available. The technology isn't there, and all this by the year 2030. Imagine the logistics of getting food from California, which people rely on. 90 to 99% of certain crops come from California. We won't be able to ship them out, as well as the military material that might need to be moved out of our state in times of war or conflict. Anyway, don't do what we do in California. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Should I lower this? Yes, a little bit high there. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commend the recently established public-private partnership between the Berkeley County Commission, the Shenandoah Valley Battlefields Foundation, and the Martinsburg-Berkeley County Parks and Recreation Board in West Virginia's 2nd Congressional District, which I'm blessed to represent. This partnership will lead to the establishment of Hoax Run Battlefield Park near Falling Waters 163 years after the battle was fought, highlighting the importance of Berkeley County and West Virginia's role in the Civil War. The planned preservation of the 10-acre battlefield, where Union General Robert Patterson battled Confederate General Thomas Stonewall Jackson, will educate visitors on the small battle's historic importance to the first major battle of the Civil War at Bull Run. The park will feature a recreation trail, interpretive signage, and a pavilion. I look forward to the opening of this new park, bringing area residents and visitors alike to learn more about the rich history of Berkeley County, West Virginia, and the northern gateway to the Shenandoah Valley. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair lays before the House the following personal request.
Leave of absence requested for Mr. Davis of Illinois for July 8th and July 9th.
Without objection, the request is granted. Speakers announced policy of January 9, 2023. The gentleman from California, Mr. Takada, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to be here today with my friend, Assistant Democratic Leader Joe Neguse, to talk about my law, the Honor in Our Pact Act. It was signed into law by President Joe Biden in August 2022 and has since helped more than 1 million veterans and their survivors receive health care and benefits they have earned. In the 116th Congress, we passed the Blue Water Navy Act that helped Blue Water Navy veterans receive care and benefits for exposure to Agent Orange during the Vietnam War. These veterans had waited decades for this relief, and I'm so glad that we could help them cut red tape and make it easier for them to receive health care for certain conditions. But it took way too long to get it done. After Blue Water Navy, we were hearing from veterans around the country about being exposed to burn pits and other toxins when they were serving our country more recently. And then they were experiencing serious illnesses that they thought were connected to their toxic exposure. So many of these service members were directed to throw trash, plastic, and other items into burn pits, and this meant breathing in the toxic air. Or they were exposed to jet fuel for long periods of time due to their job in the service. It is easy to look back and think that this was not a good idea, but they did not have a choice at that time and were following orders. It was taking the Department of Veterans Affairs too long to address these veterans' illnesses on its own due to the perceived cost and the difficulty in obtaining the scientific evidence needed in order to help. So we knew there was a strong need, and with the lessons learned from Blue Water, we knew we need to act. This was the origin of the Honor in Our Pact Act. When we send our service members into harm's way, we make a pact to care for them when they come home. This is one of the most sacred promises in our country and the ultimate goal of this law. Thanks to the PACT Act, veterans no longer need to prove the connection between their service and an illness. The law outlines 23 categories of presumptive respiratory illnesses and cancers, representing over 300 individual conditions for which veterans can quickly get health care and benefits. And since the law was signed, several more presumptive conditions have been added to the list, with more on the way. Congress is able to work together on a bipartisan basis to get this done for veterans. Unfortunately, not much has gotten done for veterans since then, which truly troubles me. Helping those who have served should be a nonpartisan issue and one that gets due attention, no matter which party is in charge. When President Biden, well, thank you. I'll continue momentarily, but at this time, I'd like to yield to my friend from Colorado, our Assistant Democratic Leader, Representative Joe Neguse.
Well, first, let me say, Mr. Speaker, that we are so grateful to the ranking member for his steadfast leadership, leading the Veterans Affairs Committee, and of course, his leadership with respect to the PACT Act. I couldn't be more grateful to the colleagues that I have the privilege of serving with in the House Democratic Caucus, whom the country will hear from tonight, many of whom are veterans. People like Representative DeLuzio, Representative Carbajal, individuals who have given a great deal to our country, made countless sacrifices, and now are leading the charge here in Congress to protect our veterans. I couldn't be more grateful to people like Dr. Raul Ruiz, whose leadership year after year, making the case for the Congress to treat this particular issue with the urgency that it deserves, ultimately culminated in the PACT Act. The PACT Act, as you heard from our ranking member, marked the largest expansion of benefits in a generation, cutting red tape, waiting times for veterans who were exposed to toxins and developed certain illnesses. It was historic in that it provided benefits to generations of veterans, many of whom were long forgotten. 1 million PACT Act claims, Mr. Speaker, 1 million. And we are just getting started. For the families who have suffered the ultimate loss, the PACT Act means access to life insurance, to tuition benefits for their surviving family members, for home loan assistance, for monthly stipends, and more. Mr. Speaker, you will hear from Mr. Jim Costa and Mr. Tim Kennedy and so many other members of our caucus the same admonition, which is that we have to do everything in our power to provide for the families of fallen service members. We have made progress in that regard, but there is much more for us to do. And House Democrats stand ready, as we always are and will be, to get that job done. So I thank the ranking member, again, for his leadership. I thank the members of the House Democratic Caucus for their leadership, and I look forward to making more progress in the days, months, and years ahead. And I yield back to the ranking member.
Thank you, Representative Neguse. I will now yield to my friend from Pennsylvania, a veteran and up until recently an esteemed member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee, Representative Chris Deluzio.
I thank the ranking member for yielding, Mr. Speaker. I think we all in this body agree this country has a sacred obligation to care for those who wore the uniform, who served in peace or in war or both. And that starts with adequately funding and staffing the VA, to making sure that those who have earned their benefits, who have earned their care, can receive them. And that's why the Honoring Our PACT Act that the ranking member and so many others got through this Congress is such a big deal. It's why it's so powerful. It expands VA health care and benefits for toxic exposed veterans across generations who have served, fulfills that sacred promise this country has. Veterans have long been exposed to some nasty stuff in service. Vietnam, the Gulf War, Afghanistan, Iraq, other places. My generation saw burn pit exposure in places like Iraq and Afghanistan. We now know how dangerous this exposure can be and is for folks. Cancers, diseases. The PACT Act meets this moment. It adds presumption for service-related illnesses coming from that toxic exposure. It cuts through red tape that had been blocking too many veterans from the care they've earned. We see the numbers. Over 1 million veterans and survivors have already had claims approved under the PACT Act. That's a big deal. It means those veterans or their families now have access to those benefits that are hard-earned, that their service ought to have guaranteed. Now, in this body, we often have hot air, debates, all the rest. Here's some practical advice. Last year, we saw veterans have a deadline to submit their intent to file, and many did. That was to get backdated benefits back to when this bill passed the Congress in 2021. Veterans and survivors who submitted that intent to file need to submit an actual claim as soon as possible if they have not yet done that. That's to ensure they get the most out of the PACT Act for those benefits that they have earned. They've got a year after submitting intent to file to submit their final claim forms to receive those backdated benefits. VA.gov.pact, that's the website to do it. To get more information, check the status of your claim. My office and the office, I'm sure, of every member here is willing to help a veteran. Go see a VSO, a Veteran Service Organization, an accredited claims agent, an attorney. You can find some help. And I remind my fellow veterans this: these are earned benefits. You've earned them through your service. Make sure that you're getting what you need to take care of yourself and your family. The PACT Act is a big deal, but it's only going to be successful if we fund it, if we make sure every veteran in this country knows what they have earned, and we give the VA the resources they need to meet veterans' demands. So that is our task in this body. I will work with everyone here to get it done. I'm proud of the work that remains for this Congress. The ranking member, I yield back. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Deluzio. At this time, I yield to my friend from California who helped me champion Veterans Last Congress, an amazing doctor and an amazing neighbor of mine, Representative Raul Ruiz.
Thank you, Ranking Member Takano. The Honoring Our Pact Act is the most significant expansion of healthcare access and benefits for veterans in generations. Now, over 5 million veterans and family members will have the peace of mind that if they become ill due to their exposure to toxic burn pits, or they are disabled and cannot work, or God forbid they pass away, they will receive the benefits that they need to overcome an illness, the health care, to be able to stay at home with their family because they're unable to work. And if they pass, their families, they will have peace of mind that their family will get their benefits. Look, for many years, I've brought this issue up in committees, in the VA committee, and the general public, that veterans were dying of cancers. Veterans were unable to breathe due to pulmonary illnesses, all of which were due to the toxic air that they breathed from the smoke from burn pits. The initial excuses were the evidence does not point or show any correlation. And well, as a scientist, I refuted that. They asked the wrong questions and their methodologies were flawed. Then the other was that it was too expensive. Well, our values are to put the lives of our veterans first and foremost. We send them to war without consideration of the cost of war. So therefore, it is our moral obligation to take care of veterans. And I fought this tooth and nail under the banner of a name of Jennifer Kepner, a veteran who served in Balad Air Force Base in Iraq, who died of pancreatic cancer. But before she died, I met with her at home in her kitchen table, and she made me promise that no other veteran should suffer what she went through in trying to get the care and the benefits for her family. And so we accomplished and fulfilled that promise when we introduced the presumptive benefits for warfighters exposed to burn pits and other toxins, which was included in the Honoring Our Pact Act, which was the heart and soul of the Honoring Our Pact Act, because it gave presumptive benefits to 23 illnesses and categories of illnesses, which total over 300 illnesses, and that's continuing to grow. But the reason why we're here is because House Democrats continue to fight hard to ensure the implementation of the PACT Act. Last year, I spoke very frequently about a pending deadline for veterans to file an intent to file a claim for the PACT Act, which if they did so within a year after they filed that intent to file, they would get presumptive benefits and back pay to the day that the law was enacted. So now we're nearing the deadline of that intent to file, which means that veterans had a year to file their claim to get that back pay till the day that the law was signed. And if they haven't, then they should do so before August 14th or before the year of when they filed that intent. Now, if they do so, then they will get their pay and their benefits to the date of when the law was signed. If they don't, or if they miss that year after they filed that intent, they should not despair. It's not this is your last chance of getting the claims. The only difference will be that they will get their benefits backtracked to the date that they filed their claim from that point on. So it's very urgent that we inform our veterans that if they filed an intent to file, that they file the claim before the year of the date that they filed their intent to file. So that's why it's very important that veterans go to vapact.gov, the VA website, or call 1-800-827-1000. And call their members of Congress, work with their county veteran service organizations representative or any of the VSOs, or call and get the information that's needed so they don't miss out on the additional full benefits that the PACT Act gave our veterans And with that, I want to thank everybody again who was involved. I want to thank President Biden and Secretary McDonough, who were the game changers during this long fight that we've been having that culminated in such a victory for our veterans. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Ruiz. And let me just add that Representative Ruiz, Dr. Representative Ruiz, was instrumental in the part of this PACT Act package that dealt with the 23 presumptive illnesses. Let's be clear that the 23 presumptive illnesses aren't just 23 diseases. They're actually buckets, 23 buckets. We're talking more like 300 illnesses that are covered by the PACT Act. And you know, we endeavored hard to make sure that veterans did not have to wait decades for all of the hard scientific evidence to come in. That we relied on analogs such as the 9/11 attacks on the trade towers and the toxic substances that our first responders were subjected to. And that we observed that those first responders had a pattern of illnesses that began to arise in numbers that did not match what would be in the general population. And we could use such approaches to begin to identify those very similar kinds of diseases that were arising from exposure to toxic burn pits. So I want to now yield to my good friend from California, Representative Jim Costa, a longtime advocate for veterans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend the hard work and the efforts and the passion that Representative Member Takano, the ranking member on the committee and previous chair, has given to this issue. The hard work finally has paid off, and we say thank you. For all too long, our nation has failed to honor its promise to all our veterans who are victims of toxic exposures. It's our sacred obligation, I believe, to take care of the troops we send in harm's way. That's the American way. And to take care of them and their families when they return home. Sadly, nearly 3.5 million veterans have been exposed to the contaminants such as burn pits, toxic fragments, radiation, and other hazardous materials during their deployment. Until mid-2010s or so, the burn pits were commonly used in Iraq and Afghanistan and other locations to dispose of waste collected at military bases. Well, we've discovered that the aftermath has resulted in drastic impacts to those veterans. Nearly 3.5 million deployed veterans were exposed to burn pits in the last 30 years. Think about that. 3.5 million veterans. 70% of the disability claims involving these toxic exposures were denied. They were denied by the Veterans Administration. That's just wrong, leaving many of them, including 750,000 Iraq and Afghanistan veterans, without any benefits. Disgraceful. House Democrats and President Biden fought like hell to change this, and we did. The PACT Act is the largest expansion, think about this, the largest expansion of benefits for service for toxic exposed veterans in over 30 years through the hard work of Representative Takano and other members on that committee, joining with our Democratic caucus. We've added over 23 presumptive conditions and our categories, as was noted before, for burn pits and Agent Orange, and expanded the VA health care to millions of veterans, including those who served in Vietnam, the Gulf War, and post-9/11 areas. 2 years later, we are beginning to see the results. It is long overdue. More than 5.6 million veterans have received screenings for toxic exposures, 5.6 million. Over 1 million veteran claims have been granted by the Veteran Administration, a 75% approval rate for PACT Act-related claims. What a change. Nearly 24,000 veterans in my district alone, the 21st district in the San Joaquin Valley, are eligible for benefits, including 2,100 that have been processed claims, and a total of over $5.17 billion in retroactive awards for PACT Act-related benefits for veterans and their survivors. This is a sea change. It is a big deal. So I want to thank President Biden. I want to thank the Secretary McDonnell. I want to thank all of those members who have been involved in this. I'm proud to have been a co-sponsor and have voted for this historic law that has improved the lives of veterans in my district and nationwide and their families. For the family sacrifice as well, and we should never, ever forget that. So in closing, we must continue to build upon this success and to ensure that our veterans can retire with the dignity and the respect they deserve because what? They have earned it. They have earned it. So the bottom line is this. For those men and women who are currently serving our country, we say thank you, and we think of you every day. For the veterans and their families, and the families, as I said, sacrifice as well, a grateful nation can never, ever say thank you enough. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Representative Costa. And I will now yield to my friend from California, a strong advocate for veterans, a Marine veteran himself, my good friend, Representative Salud Carbajal.
Thank you, Ranking Member Takano. Mr. Speaker, as a proud Marine veteran and the representative for more than 34,000 of my fellow veterans across California's 24th Congressional District, I am proud to see the real impact that the Honoring Our PACT Act has had for veterans and their families across the United States. 2 years ago, we came together with President Joe Biden to pass the largest and most significant expansion of veterans' benefits in more than 30 years. And since then, we have seen more than 1.5 million claims filed for toxic exposures and other health risks resulting from service in Vietnam, the Gulf War, and wars of the post-9/11 era. More than 2,000 of those claims have come from veterans in my own region. We cannot give up the momentum on this important bill. While we have seen so many already utilizing these expanded benefits, current estimates suggest that more than 5 million veterans were exposed to some amount of toxic substances during their military service. That is why I'm encouraging all veterans who submitted an intent to file last summer to make sure they are following through and submitting an actual claim as soon as possible to ensure that our veterans can get backdated benefits to the date that this bill was signed into law. Thank you, Ranking Member Takano and House Democratic leadership for helping uplift this important deadline and reminding the American people and our veteran communities that we are still here every week fighting for their health, safety, and prosperity, all of which were earned by their years and decades of service. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Carbajal. I have the urge to say hoorah. Thank you for your service to our country, not only as a representative, but also as a Marine veteran. I now would like to yield to my good friend from the state of Rhode Island, Representative Seth Magaziner.
Thank you to the ranking member. Our debt to the heroic men and valiant women in the service of our country can never be repaid. They have earned our undying gratitude. These words spoken by President Harry Truman still ring true to this day. Millions of service members and veterans have answered the call to serve and protect the freedoms that we hold dear. And just as our nation's service members make a promise to leave no one behind on the battlefield, we must leave no veteran behind when they come home. The PACT Act honors this promise. It is the largest expansion of VA benefits in a generation and ensures that millions of veterans who have been exposed to Agent Orange, burn pits, and other toxins during their military service receive the care that they have earned and deserve. The PACT Act is one of the greatest accomplishments of the Biden-Harris administration, made possible by the leadership of then Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Chairman Mark Takano, among many others. In Rhode Island, more than 2,300 veterans have already received PACT Act benefits, with another 4,000 projected to be added to the program in the coming years. And over 1 million veterans and their families have received PACT Act benefits nationally. I've been working very closely with my Rhode Island 2nd Congressional District Military and Veterans Advisory Committee to spread the word about the PACT Act and how veterans in our district can access those benefits. However, there is still more work to be done. All too often, benefits claim sharks exploit veterans and their families with exorbitant fees. We must do more to protect veterans and their families from these predatory practices. And we must also ensure that veterans and their family members who are exposed to toxic PFAS chemicals on military bases and elsewhere receive the health care that they need, and I've co-sponsored legislation to make that a reality. We must always fight to ensure that veterans receive the care and benefits they deserve, because they deserve nothing but the very best. Thank you, and I yield back to the ranking member.
Thank you, Representative Magaziner. I will now yield to my good friend from North Carolina, a great champion of veterans, Representative Deborah Ross.
Thank you so much. I rise today to celebrate the historic PACT Act. Thanks to this critical legislation, we're closer today than ever to ensuring every single veteran has access to the exceptional care and benefits they deserve. In less than 2 years, I'm happy to report, as my colleagues have also reported, that 1 million PACT Act claims have been granted to more than 800,000 veterans and survivors across the country. As the proud daughter of an Air Force veteran and a doctor, it's especially meaningful to recognize this milestone today. We make a sacred promise to all of our nation's veterans that after bravely serving our country in uniform, we will care for you when you return home. That's why we can and must do more to ensure that no veteran faces financial or logistical barriers to accessing the medical treatment and benefits they are owed. Crucially, the PACT Act included the Camp Lejeune Justice Act, our bipartisan bill to enable service members from Camp Lejeune who are exposed to toxic chemicals to pursue long overdue justice in court. This legislation, unfortunately, did not go quite far enough, and too many veterans continue to face unacceptable barriers to accessing the remedies. I recently introduced, with Congressman Greg Murphy, also a doctor, the bipartisan Camp Lejeune Justice Corrections Act to make additional reforms, including capping attorneys' fees, expanding jurisdiction to alleviate the large backlog of cases our courts are facing, and clarifying the right to a jury trial. Today and every day, let's continue the fight to support our courageous veterans, service members, and their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I want to thank the gentlelady from North Carolina for her work on the section of the PACT Act that relates to justice for those service members who were in residence at Camp Lejeune. It's a decades-long effort to bring justice for those members, and I urge our government to move as expeditiously as possible to get those claims settled with all of our veterans across the country who served at Camp Lejeune. I now would like to welcome and yield to my friend from Ohio, a member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, a fierce advocate for veterans, Representative Greg Landsman.
Well, thank you, Ranking Member Takano, for hosting tonight and your leadership on the PACT Act, which has helped so many veterans. Our veterans and service members have sacrificed so much on behalf of all of us. And we know now that during their service, millions were exposed to toxic substances, and these exposures have caused serious health issues for so many. That's why 2 years ago, you and others passed the PACT Act. This landmark legislation expanded health care for veterans exposed to these toxic substances. Since its passage, over 32,000 Ohioans and over 1 million veterans nationwide have had their PACT Act claims granted by the VA. This means that these folks are finally getting the health care they deserve. As a member of the House Committee for Veterans Affairs, I'm proud to serve our veterans and advocate for better benefits, more funding, and continued investment in their well-being. In our district, we have over 30,000 veterans. Ensuring the continued acceptance of PACT Act claims, funding the VA properly, and passing important veteran legislation like our Employing Veterans Feed America bill, which provides jobs for veterans, we are doing important work. I am grateful for all the veterans in Southwest Ohio and across the country, and I promise to keep working to improve their lives and the lives of their loved ones. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Landsman, for your amazing advocacy for our nation's veterans. I will now yield to my good friend from the state of Mexico, the land of enchantment, Representative Melanie Stansbury.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to celebrate and to honor our veterans and to celebrate and highlight the extraordinary passage of the PACT Act, which is the single most significant expansion of veterans' benefits in generations, and a bill that we passed here in Congress under Democratic leadership with the support of President Joe Biden just 2 years ago. It expands VA benefits to over 3 million veterans across the United States. In New Mexico, we have a long and a proud tradition of service that extends across all of our communities, from the Navajo Code Talkers and the heroes of Bataan to the veterans of Iraq and Afghanistan. The courage and valor and dedication of our veterans is woven into the very fabric of who we are as New Mexicans. In fact, over 133,000 New Mexicans have served this great nation, including my own veteran at home and my partner who served this country in the United States Marine Corps. To all of our veterans and active duty military, we say thank you every day for your service and for your sacrifice. And we are here because of the sacrifices you have made to defend this country and our democracy. But we must also thank those veterans who fought to pass the PACT Act itself, including, among them, New Mexico's own Master Sergeant Jesse Baca of the New Mexico Air Guard and his wife, Maria, who fought for over a decade for our veterans exposed to burn pits and who stood on the steps of this Capitol outside of this building to help get the PACT Act passed. So now it is up to us as leaders across the country to ensure that our veterans and our families are cared for. And we know that when we care for our veterans, we care for New Mexicans. Voting for the PACT Act was one of the proudest moments of my service to this country here in Congress. And today, one of my greatest and most awesome and humbling duties is to ensure that every New Mexican veteran accesses the benefits of the PACT Act. And so I say to those who have not yet signed up, who have served this country over the course of their service, were exposed to burn pits and toxins and other workplace hazards, there is still time. The VA is there for you. They have your back, and so do we. So I want to say to all of our veterans, you have served this great country. You have put everything on the line. And now it's our turn. for the PACT Act to serve you. And with that, I say thank you for your service and your sacrifice, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman Stansbury. Now I yield to another great friend from the great state of North Carolina, an amazing advocate for veterans, and someone who has been a fierce advocate for justice for our Camp Lejeune veterans, the amazing Representative Kathy Manning.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for all your hard work and your friendship. Mr. Speaker, for far too long, millions of veterans exposed to toxins like burn pits and contaminated water did not receive the care and the benefits they earned. That's why in the last Congress, House Democrats took action to correct this injustice. I was proud to help pass the PACT Act, historic legislation to deliver long overdue benefits and health care to 3.5 million veterans exposed to toxins while serving our country. The PACT Act expanded eligibility for health care at the VA, including expanded coverage for illnesses related to Agent Orange. For veterans, families who lost their loved ones, the law may provide monthly stipends and access to life insurance, among other benefits. Now, 2 years after President Biden signed the PACT Act into law, it is helping veterans and their families across the country. The VA has received over 1.4 million PACT Act claims, including over 4,700 claims from veterans in my home district, North Carolina's 6th District. Our country has an obligation to care for those who bravely serve our nation. And with the PACT Act, Democrats and the Biden administration are delivering on that promise. I was proud to help pass this deeply important legislation and support the thousands of veterans in my district who are now able to get the care they need. I will always work to honor the sacrifices Americans' veterans have made and to ensure they are treated with the respect and the dignity they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Manning. And now I wish to yield to my good friend from the state of Minnesota, another great champion of veterans, and someone who herself has a veterans medical center in her district, Representative Ilhan Omar.
Which I hope you'll come visit, Chairman.
I intend to do so.
Soon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 years ago, we passed the PACT Act, one of the most consequential pieces of legislation to address the severe health problems that so many of our veterans are facing who served our great country. I want to thank my colleague, Congressman Mark Takano, for his leadership in getting this bill across the finish line. This bill has made it easier for veterans and their families to get the relief and the care they deserve. I've heard from so many Minnesotans on how life-changing this legislation has been. From Brian, who lost his wife to pancreatic cancer, to Andrew, who lost his brother to leukemia, and Amanda, whose husband, Raphael, was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer and is now getting the treatment he deserves because of the PACT Act. All of the family members and veterans I have met with know this bill could have been a game changer for them, their loved ones, or just how crucial it is to help the next veteran. Whether it was Agent Orange in Vietnam or exposure to toxic waters at Camp Lejeune or burn pits and other toxin exposures in Iraq and Afghanistan, this is a part of our military's history and legacy. I am glad we are finally addressing it in the most comprehensive way it deserves. While I'm grateful this program has been enacted to provide veterans and their loved ones with the care and benefits they have earned and deserve, only a small percentage of Minnesotans are taking advantage of this program. Less than 10,000 veterans out of more than 100,000 veterans in Minnesota who qualify under this program have enrolled. It is crucial that we continue to get the word out about this life-saving program. To see if you or someone you know qualifies, please go to va.gov/PACT. That's va.gov/PACT. I will not stop fighting until every one of my constituent who's eligible receives the care they deserve. And I will keep advocating for crucial reforms to stop future servicemen and women from experiencing the same hardship. Because when we ask young people to serve our country in uniform, we should not also be asking them to expose their bodies to toxins, to live with the consequences of those toxins for the rest of their lives. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Ilhan, and thank you for all your amazing work to help the veterans in your district and across our country. At this time, I'd like to yield to my friend from New York and the newest member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee, Representative Tim Kennedy.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the veterans that have made great personal sacrifices to serve our country. To all those that have donned the military uniform, on behalf of a grateful nation, I say thank you. First, I would like to express my gratitude to Assistant Leader Joe Neguse and Ranking Member Mark Takano for holding this special order to honor our veterans. From burn pits in Iraq and Afghanistan to Agent Orange in Vietnam, veterans exposed to toxic substances face challenges that impact their quality of life and long-term health. We owe it to our veterans who have defended democracy and preserved our precious freedoms to deliver the benefits that they have earned and deserve. That's why Democrats passed and President Biden signed into law the PACT Act, which represents the largest expansion of benefits and services for veterans exposed by toxins during their time in service in over 30 years. To date, over 1 million PACT Act claims have been approved. People are receiving the care and benefits that they need and deserve. As an added success, the law has led to an increase in veterans accessing medical services from VA hospitals, crucially including a generation of Vietnam veterans. Additionally, the widows of veterans will receive compensation because of this law, fulfilling the nation's duty of care to the families of veterans. The PACT Act is making a difference for veterans in New York and across the country, accessing the benefits that they need to lead healthy lives. Again, to our veterans, our nation is forever indebted to you for your noble service. God bless you all. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy, and thank you for hitting the ground running as one of our newest representatives, and I know you're going to be getting the message out to the veterans that live in your district to make sure that they submit their claims, their PACT Act claims, and to access the benefits that they have earned through their service. You know, when President Biden signed the Honoring Our PACT Act, he declared that every eligible veteran should be able to apply immediately. We had written the law in such a way that the health care and benefits would be phased in. But President Biden decided that every veteran should be able to apply for benefits as soon as it became law. Within 24 hours, the Department of Veterans Affairs had created a website where veterans and their families could learn more about the law and how to apply for benefits. This shows how committed President Biden has been with House Democrats' support to the veteran community. He understood what a difference this important law would make for veterans, and he did not want them to wait to be able to apply. The successful implementation of the PACT Act shows that the Biden administration was invested in helping veterans, and implemented this law far faster than most laws. We all know, and we all knew veterans and their families could not wait any longer. This was many years coming for veterans who were already facing illness or cancer from toxic exposure. And many of these veterans were able to get updated disability ratings and access to health care. I just want to add that while the PACT Act is sometimes known as the burn pits bill, when we talk about veterans waiting for decades, the PACT Act actually addressed Agent Orange claims, Agent Orange claims and exposure to Agent Orange that had not been covered by previous legislation. So this took care of unfinished business with Agent Orange and exposure to radiation. And so those veterans that were from previous conflicts previous to Afghanistan and Iraq, were also eligible to get their toxic exposure illnesses addressed and covered by this legislation. In fact, this legislation covers veterans who were involved in the global war on terror around the world. It was not just confined to those veterans that served in Iraq and Afghanistan. Before the PACT Act, veterans were likely to need to prove exposure to specific chemicals in order to receive health care and benefits. This is nearly impossible when talking about burn pits because of the myriad materials that were burned in them. Over 6 million veterans and their survivors have completed a toxic exposure screening to ensure that they're eligible for care and benefits now or in the future. VA also announced recently that over 1 million veterans had been granted their disability benefits, which is tremendous news less than 2 years since this bill became law. I would be remiss if I did not mention the veteran service organizations who all came together to support this bill and will it into law. They showed Congress and President Biden just how important it was that we took care of veterans and their survivors. Democrats and President Biden have proven time and time again that we do not just say thank you for your service. Our actions show just how grateful we are for that service and that they were willing to pay for all the costs of war. So I want to thank Assistant Leader Neguse and all of my colleagues who have joined me on the floor today for this special order hour on the Honoring Our PACT Act. I am proud to have authored this important legislation that has helped thousands of veterans. Thank you to Speaker Emerita Pelosi, who understood that we needed to deliver for veterans in the 117th Congress and who was a key player in getting this legislation over the finish line. I want to thank President Biden for his continued support of the veteran community. I don't know of a president who has a love or any greater love for veterans than President Biden. It is who he is. And so it is with great sincerity and great emotion that I thank him for his decades of service to our veterans. As I said much earlier, he decided that all eligible veterans would be immediately able to apply for benefits instead of the original phased-in approach. He knew how critical this would be for countless veterans and their families. We put partisanship aside and came together to help veterans and their families. More than 1 million veterans and their survivors have already received their benefits, and thousands more veterans have signed up for VA health care. However, as I said earlier, there are some 300,000 veterans who have submitted an intent to file at some point last year, who have 365 days to submit their claim. For most of these veterans, this 365-day window is this month or early August. In order to receive backdated benefits back to 2022, these veterans need to submit their claim as soon as possible. But we're not going to stop here. And while we celebrate the Honoring Our PACT Act and the more than 1 million veterans who have benefited from it, we know there's more work to do. As ranking member of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs, I am working to end veteran homelessness, make VA an even more welcoming place for women and LGBTQ+ veterans, and stop attempts at more privatization of VA health care. We made a solemn promise to our service members that if we serve our country, we will take care of them. If they serve our country, we will take care of them. This means every veteran. Every veteran. And we also ensure and will ensure that they get the best possible care at VA facilities. We honored our pact with them. We honored the promise that we made to them with my legislation. But I will not stop working to improve the lives and livelihoods of veterans around the country. And now I'd like to yield for as much time as he may consume and to have the last word for tonight's special order hour, the Assistant Leader, Joe Neguse.
Well, I thank the ranking member again for his leadership, his clarity of conviction, and the steadfast commitment that he has shown to our nation's veterans time and time again. I certainly could not say it any better than he has, as you have heard, Mr. Speaker, from a wide cross-section of the House Democratic Caucus, members representing every community in our great country. Our commitment to our nation's veterans is rock solid. It is evidenced by the work that Ranking Member Takano and House Democrats, in partnership with President Biden, were able to ultimately accomplish in the last Congress. As you can see, 1 million claims under the PACT Act. Real families, real stories, real impacts for countless veterans who have made incredible sacrifices for our country. We are indebted to them, and we will continue our commitment to them in the weeks and the months and the years ahead, led by Ranking Member Takano and by the leadership of the members whom you've heard from this evening. I thank the Ranking Member, and I thank the Speaker. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Joe.
The gentleman from California yields back.
I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'm going to actually yield to my friend here as much time as he may consume.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. All right. Mr. Speaker, I proudly rise today to honor Baldwin County Sheriff Huey Hoss-Mack, who will be retiring later this year and will become the director of Alabama Sheriff's Association. Sheriff Hoss-Mack served as a county sheriff for the last 18 years. His education background includes a degree in criminal justice and a master's degree in human resource management. He began service in Baldwin County Sheriff's Office in 1989 before becoming sheriff and was elected in 2006. Sheriff Hoss-Mack has always been heavily involved in multiple criminal justice organizations, including both Alabama and the National Sheriff's Association. Not only has Hoss served Baldwin County with the utmost integrity, but he's been a friend of mine, and I appreciate that. He is a true American, and we lack so many these days in public service. Baldwin County is blessed to have had Sheriff Hoss-Mack for the last 35 years, and I wish him fair winds and good luck in his next endeavor. Mr. Speaker, I return my time.
No, happy to share. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, we're going to try to do something a little tricky this evening. You're going to see the continuing theme of, hey, here's where we're borrowing, here's where the borrowing's coming from. And then I'm going to hit on some of the things that what's the nice way? Yeah, drive me almost insane on the questions I get here, the things I get on this stupid thing. And I've come to this conclusion. We live in a world where the propaganda, the fake information, the distortion fields around us actually do not want America to succeed. And that's a pretty dark thing to say, but let's actually walk through my theory. And look, I'm going to make the point. On some of these presentations, I've been blessed. You go on YouTube, and I had one a couple months ago. I think there's like 1.3 million views. Go look at the comments section. I'll argue about half those comments are bots. They're fake. When you see things like, well, if you just didn't give any money to Israel, we could balance the budget, you start to realize that there's a world out there that takes advantage of our open society, that comes at us with things that are lies, and the poor person out there who's just trying to take care of their family, on occasion grabs their phone, tries to read little bits of news, maybe reads a comment or two, and they don't realize the information coming at them is absolute crap. And then the other problem here, I'm going to show here, when I have my own president get behind a microphone, look at the American people, and say things that are absolutely not true. And then an idiot like myself tries to come up and say, I have a path. There's a path. If I can get my brothers and sisters on the left to work with us on the right, there's a path to save this country. But it's really hard when the State of the Union goes in that podium right there and says things that are absolutely not true. Does that mean they're also a deliverer of fake information? Because math is hard. Math is uncomfortable. Telling the truth is hard. Maybe this place has lied for so many decades that the public says, look, we're just going to believe whatever is comfortable. So let's actually walk through first a little bit of reality here. I like to start with this chart because it sort of lays out where we're at today. You see the red. 74% of the spending is in that red area. 74% of the spending in this place is on autopilot. We don't get to vote on it. Do you see the blue? That's what I get to vote on. That's defense and non-defense discretionary. I get to vote on that. Every dime of it is borrowed. Every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed money. And guess what? We're in so much trouble because interest now, if you actually do, I have net interest on this, which I think is unfair because there's this thing called net. That's the publicly borrowed. That's where the Treasury sells bonds. I think this week we're selling $111 billion, maybe it's 112 or 13 billion dollars in 3 different auctions this week just to finance our insatiable spending. Because remember, and this is one of the things I find even at home is uncomfortable, 100% of the borrowing from today through the next 30 years, according to CBO, is interest, Medicare, and if a decade from now we backfill Social Security. It's demographics. And yet, how do you make policy? And there's ways to fix it with policy. When the leader of the free world looks into a camera and says things that are just insane when it comes to being on a calculator. So take a look one more time. Non-defense discretionary, defense, all that's borrowed, and a wedge. I should do a chart that shows you how much is borrowed money, because if we borrow 2.1, 2.3, I originally thought we might be at $2.5 trillion borrowing this year, and some of the tax receipts are a little bit better. Some of the spiking growth that we had in the first part of the fiscal year on healthcare costs have flattened ever so slightly. So we're probably going to end up around borrowing $2.3 trillion this year. What that means is even part of the mandatory spending, Medicare. Because remember, Medicare isn't all on the trust fund. The trust fund only covers 38, 40%. The rest comes out of the general fund. So once again, look at this chart and understand your government functionally is an insurance company with an army. And that's meant to be sarcastic, but it's meant to sink in. So let's actually walk through. I'm going to walk through a couple of these just to sort of lay out where we're actually at. CBO predicts by 2054, so 30 years from now, budget deficits are entirely driven by Social Security and Medicare shortfalls. But we're not allowed to say that, are we? Does anyone remember the State of the Union? You know, there was a handful of Democrats and Republicans who'd been quietly working for a year trying to put together a plan to save Social Security in the long run. And the president gets there and goes, well, promise me you won't talk about Social Security or Medicare. And people look terrified and go, okay, yes, good campaign issue, because they care more about winning the next election than protecting seniors. It's the great lie around here. You know, you talk about it saying, I want to find a way to modernize and save, and you'll get the crap kicked out of you. You also told the truth. But you got to look at the data, the charts. And remember, the SSA, the Social Security Administration's actuary numbers are actually substantially more optimistic than Social Security or than Congressional Budget Office. So we're going to use the more optimistic numbers. But when you start to realize when the outlays are in over the next 30 years, you're starting to hit 17% of the entire economy. And revenues don't come anywhere close to that. And there's your crisis. But we can just pretend because getting through the next election is more important. And look, you've all seen this chart over and over and over and over and over and over and over. That interest continues to grow, and we think actually the interest calculation, this is important, let's do this right now. The hierarchy right now today, Social Security will this year $1.48 trillion. Total gross interest, because you remember, we just like a couple days ago, I think we sent $36 billion to Social Security because we had borrowed the money, Treasury had borrowed the money from the trust fund. We pay it back interest. Total interest in the United States will approach $1.2 trillion this year. And then you have Medicare, and then you have defense. Defense is functionally sitting as number 4. How do you have a society that runs around thinking, well, if we just cut some defense? Well, I showed you the chart before. You can get rid of every dime of defense, every dime of non-defense discretionary. That's the Park Service, that's the FBI, that's the Foreign Service, that's us. You get rid of everything. You still have to borrow money. And you look at the charts over and over, and when we've had high marginal tax rates, we get about 18% of GDP in taxes. When we've had low marginal tax rates, we get about 18% of GDP. You have a long history, and I've done floor presentation after floor presentation that, you know, in this, when you go to lower the rates, you grew the economy, you got about the same percentage GDP. When you raise the tax rates, the economy shrunk a bit or slowed down, and you got the same percentage GDP. The idea is grow the economy as much as possible and then cut spending everywhere you can. And I have some charts, and I don't know if I should do them again, where actually maybe I'll just jump to them in a moment, where you lay out almost every tax hike that are the dreams of the left. Let's tax rich people for over $400,000. Let's do this tax and that tax. And I come here with the academic papers and showed you when you maximize all those tax rates and, you know, capital gains, income tax, estate tax, you just do it all. You get about 1.5% of GDP. Okay? For us on a cut side, it's brutal, but I can come up with almost $300 billion in non-defense discretionary. But that's 1% of GDP. So, hey, together we came up with 2.5%. You know, we're borrowing 6-7% of the entire economy, and we've used up everything. I mean, understand what's going on here. So just another chart that basically gives you a sense. Rising Social Security and Medicare shortfalls driven entirely or nearly the entire 2019 to 34 deficit hikes. That means in the 10-year window, almost all the growth of the debt and deficit during that time period. Interest, Medicare, and then at the end of the decade, Social Security Trust Fund's gone. Because right now, you'll get a Democrat saying, well, Social Security doesn't add anything to the deficit. They're absolutely correct. Until the trust fund's gone. And there's the part that enraged me the other night. So if any of you were able to try to watch the presidential debate the other night, my phone lit up at one point by a bunch of reporters who wanted to double check a number. The president basically said this, he was asked about Social Security. I begin to make the wealthy, I begin, and this is his actual quote, so it's disjointed, but this is what he said. I begin to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life. He's talking about Social Security, so 1%. Then he went on to say, well, that 1% will be enough to keep it solvent. Okay, so the left's definition of wealthy is over $400,000 income, right? The president just told the American people 1%. I'll fix Social Security by taxing them 1%. Okay, we got a math problem. And the problem here is the blue you see here, that's not 1%. I had to make it 2% because the 1% was so small we figured you couldn't even see it. So I doubled what the president said. This is the shortfall. Half of this is what the president told you it would work. So I'm enraged by all the fake crap that comes into my phone, my office, our phones, our publications, all the things that you see on Twitter, or X, or whatever we're supposed to call it today, that are just made up by bots, particularly in foreigners. What happens now when my own president does it? How do I show up here? How do I get my brothers and sisters here to actually make policy? How do you make policy when the leader of the free world says things that are mathematically just insane? And the immorality here, functioning 9.5 years. We double senior poverty in America. If we don't fix this, we double senior poverty. But the Democrats will weaponize it because they care more about winning the next election. And we have a president who could have just looked in the camera and said, look, we haven't had the number of children, therefore the number of workers, started to rollovers in 1990. It's just math. It's not Republican, Democrat. Demographics are what we are. Last year, the United States had 1.62 children fertility rate, meaning functionally now our math is about 15 years, the United States will have more deaths than births. And I say that over and over, trying to get people to think. If your brain is trapped somewhere in the 1990s policy sets, none of that math is real anymore. It hasn't been real in 30 years. But this place is absolutely immoral. So I brought charts here over and over and over. So the Democrat solution was saying, instead of the president's 1% proposal, if you do the 14 point whatever percent, 14.4 or 12.4, total Social Security tax, not the Medicare, not the unemployment, those things. And you put it on all income over $400,000. I've shown a number of charts. If you use the CBO math, it covers about 38% of the shortfall. That's using over 12 points, both the employer and the employee's portion. And I have a president who looks into the camera and says, 1%. Now to come together at a town hall or a meeting here and say, hey guys, let's have an honest conversation because every day we wait, the on-ramp is harder to save Social Security. Oh, David, the president already told us 1% on rich people. I can show you the 12.4. you're covering only about 38%. Why is this place so absolutely immoral? Do they really care that much more about winning the next election? And then when we started to dive in this, so after the president said that, I started to dig through the stories other people had sent me. So I had this woman text me, weeks ago, did you know that the money in Ukraine, that the First Lady of Ukraine bought almost $1 million Bugatti, or however the hell you pronounce it, car? Well, BBC did a very long article about how much is absolutely fake coming into the U.S. marketplace of ideas. And there's bot farms, there's troll farms. There was they created fake photos, which turns out that's what actually helped BBC identify, hey, this is all fake stuff. How do you make policy in a world where we're awash in things coming in from our enemies, from the countries that want us at our throats, at each other, make it impossible to do basic policy to save the republic, and then my own president is making crap up? Look, the disinformation, article after article of the stuff that's coming crashing in, the things I have that come into my office about Israel that are coming in from bot farms. We have article after article that Microsoft did an analysis of how much was coming in from Chinese bot farms, Chinese servers. We actually have how much the bots, apparently we just had a major disruption of stopping 968 Twitter accounts that were pumping in completely fake, and they were all coming from a bot farm in Russia. And this happened this week. State Department just identified that bot farm and got it shut down. Now even better, to my Democrat colleagues, we've actually now had a couple stories come out that even have some really fun stuff. It turns out a number of the Democrat activists are actually setting up fake newspapers. Now, it wasn't bad enough. One of these articles in there actually has a section talking about that in American sort of small-town newspapers, as many as half, process this, as many as half are actually fake. My wife pointed out to me that there was a newspaper from southern Kansas, where she grew up, that went out of business decades ago, that somehow popped up in her news feed, and it had this crazy stuff in it. Turns out that was on the list of the ones that have been sort of spoofed. A spoof URL looks like from Russia. So think about that. In America, about half the small-town online newspapers you see are actually fake. How many of our constituents know that? And it looks like the Democrats actually have decided, hey, this is a great business model. Let's make up fake newspapers online, have it laced with left-wing propaganda, and we'll do it under a newspaper masthead. Great. How is this not a violation? But once again, the left proves they're a hell of a lot smarter than we are when it comes to being mercenary on campaigns. They figured out a way to get around the campaign finance laws, spend money, but it's free speech. It's fake, but it's free speech. And then idiots like me get here and try to walk through the math. Look, this is the MedPAC report. It's not that hard to read. When you have quotes in here that in 2022, 13% of all personal and corporate income taxes collected by the federal government were transferred to Social Security, or excuse me, the Medicare Trust Fund. By 2030, so that's how many years? What, 5 budget years? 4 budget years? 22% of all tax receipts from corporate and individual income tax, 22% will just go to Medicare. Functioning in a decade, you've gone from 13 to 22 of all tax receipts. It's demographics. Why isn't this what we talk about around this place, how we're going to save these programs? Oh, you can't do that because you're going to have a president who's going to knife you by saying crazy things. The Joint Economic Report we published a couple weeks ago. We tried to provide brutally honest math, brutal detail, with actual solutions. Will anyone actually read it? So back to, you don't need to see it. This one my staff was particularly fond of. It turns out that one of the new spoofings out there that are coming into young people's phones is celebrities with quotes that the celebrities have never said. Are you all ready for this election cycle where you have AI memes looking like a member of Congress, looking like a president, looking like a senator, looking like someone's celebrity, saying things that are completely fake? Now come here and try to do difficult policy where you're going to have to take on some bureaucracies, take on certain business models, adopt technology to crash the price of health care. Are you going to get hit by an army of bots, an army of fake videos, an army of fake postings saying, they can't do that? Because some group has figured out that winning the election or stopping us from saving the country from its debt spiral. I'm trying to explain, it's bad enough having to take on the bureaucracy. It's bad enough having to take on the calcified intellect of particularly some of my friends here who say, we could just fix everything by taxing people more. What happens when our voters have to face millions of absolutely fake information coming crashing at them? I can't wait to see the bots and the comments they put in the video below this posting. So take a look here. Not touching Social Security means large benefit cuts. When you start to actually take a look, and I think we did this before, and remember the number goes up and down depending on employment, but we were working on one the other day from last year's CBO number that basically showed the average couple would take about a $17,400 cut in their Social Security a decade from now when the trust fund's gone. This is immoral. Shouldn't it be actually a place where we actually work on these things? And then you actually start to actually look at the lies, the misinformation that our brothers and sisters on the left keep saying. Oh, when we did tax reform, it was a gift to the rich. Okay, you got a math problem. The higher income, the top 20% today pay 69% of all income taxes. It is more progressive today than the tax code has ever been. The wealthy pay a higher percentage of federal income taxes today than ever before. And the lower quartiles today pay the lowest federal income tax rates in U.S. history. Well, since income taxes, 16th Amendment. How often do you hear this? But that doesn't fit the narrative. And then you have the jerks actually say things like this. Well, you guys had, 1.7 trillion spending. Yes, we got $900 billion more revenue than expected, but that was horrible. Hey, we're going to spend about $2 trillion in grants and gifts and those things to big business because if they do clean energy stuff. It's like they don't look themselves in the mirror. And once again, I've done entire presentations here going through every left-wing tax idea, trying to add it up, and even when you don't do economic effects, if you do economic effects, these numbers, and then try to say, hey, you guys are only getting about 1.5 points or so of GDP out of these numbers. You're not getting anywhere close. You've got to do it through policy. And then the fragility that no one was prepared, well, some of us were prepared for, is interest rates. How many of you think interest rates are going back down? Particularly on the long end of the curve. Yeah, remember, what the Federal Reserve does is on the short end of the curve, meaning shorter term bonds. When you start to look at 10-year debt and up, Some of the best bond traders and economists right now are saying it's not going down. You might get a little bit of tick. United States is now number 14 on the credit stack, meaning Greece today can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than we can. And you read the notes on the S&Ps and the Moody's, it's not only, and we have one of the healthiest economies in the industrialized world. But one of the things that's going on is they don't trust us. Will our governance be disciplined enough to actually take on the spending and the debt? And the fact of the matter is, we're paying a premium now. United States now pays a premium on our debt. Remember, this week I told you, I think we're borrowing there's 3 auctions this week, about $111 billion. And we're going to pay a premium on that debt because sometimes this place doesn't look like we're serious about taking the debt on and managing our fiscal affairs. And it's serious. When you keep looking at the issuance, first off, we're having great difficulty selling long-term bonds. Do you remember a few months ago we had sort of a bond tantrum? Why do you think Treasury moved things down to sell short-term, short-term, short-term? Because a lot of investors out there don't even trust this government enough to say, I'm going to buy a 30-year U.S. savings bond and I'm going to be safe. And once again, even a 100% tax rate on small businesses and upper-income families could not come close to balancing the long-term budget in this country. Stop thinking you're going to do it with tax hikes, or even for those of us who want to cut the size of government. You need to have revolutionized the cost of this government. Stop being afraid of technology. Stop being afraid of the things where we could change the cost of this government because it might affect your business model. And look, I was going to try to put 1 or 2 last happy talk until I realized one of the slides I wanted to show you was once again another concept of why the Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act is the most Orwellian named piece of legislation in modern history. They're very proud that saying, we're subsidizing, electric cars. My wife has an electric car. She loves it. But the data basically said, when they passed that, I came here to the floor and showed, hey, here's the survey data. Almost everyone that's going to buy an electric car is buying them with the subsidy, without the subsidy. It's a lifestyle, it's a personal, it's almost a status symbol. But let's give away billions and billions of dollars. So now you actually have breakthroughs. Could you imagine if just a fraction of that resource had gone in more into primary research? Looks like there's been a breakthrough on solar cells, an additional 25.7% efficiency. Yay! Except the problem is it was developed in China. So the very people who preach at us, let's subsidize all this stuff, but let's subsidize last generation's, or maybe even the generation before that's technology. You want me to put solar panels on my house? You want us to drive electric cars? You want this? Make it so economically sensible. Make it so affordable that it is the disruption. Why did you stop going to Blockbuster Video? Because you had this button you could hit at home and streaming videos right to your home. Was that subsidized by the government? The fact of the matter is there's technology disruptions. Why didn't we fixate on that? Well, it turns out maybe the disruptions don't write checks to your campaign. The Democrats' planned economy, the control of the marketplace, the arrogance of somehow they think that they know what the future looks like, instead of building a tax system or regulatory system that's competitive, it's disruptive, some are winning, some are losing. That's the way the American economy is supposed to work. And in many ways, we have now built a society of oligopolies. Thank you, Dodd-Frank. Thank you, Democrat policies. You've made the big bigger, you've made the big really powerful, and you've made the really big and powerful now your constituency. And it turns out now Republicans, if you actually look at who votes for us, it's entrepreneurs, it's working people, and it's those who are being crushed by those they have to compete with, who now get subsidies by their political allies. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announcement, Policy January 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
Speaker. I thank my friend from Arizona for his willingness to come to the floor and talk about these important issues that, frankly, all of us should be talking about. And he does so with regularity, and it's important. The average American is hurting because they watch price of goods going up and all the things that are happening. It's a direct consequence of what we're doing and not doing here. As the gentleman points out, our inability and lack of willingness or fortitude to focus on the issues that matter. But right now, I think something the American people need to understand as we head into the fall season, and we're heading into the time of elections. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle come down and give a whole lot of rhetoric about the lack of agenda or lack of things that we're doing. And we have legislation on the floor of the House this week to ensure that only citizens vote, something we call the SAVE Act. Now, that legislation is necessary because anybody with eyes knows that we're getting overrun by open borders that are endangering the American people, and you've got millions of people flooding into the country, and you've got thousands and thousands of people who are on the voter rolls who are not supposed to be. Those are facts. It's true. We know states that are starting to cleanse their voter rolls and are finding people who are non-citizens who are registered to vote. We saw it in Virginia. We've seen it in North Carolina. We've seen it in Texas. We've seen it across the country. But the truth is, it goes far deeper than that. The question that we have to ask ourselves is, what does it mean to be an American? What does citizenship even mean anymore? We have an administration, Joe Biden, and the people who work for him and our Democratic colleagues on the other side of the aisle who are at war with the whole idea of American exceptionalism and what it means to be an American, and at war with the whole idea of what it means to be an American citizen. They're undermining the whole purpose, the whole intent behind citizenship. Citizenship is supposed to matter. But this week, we're going to be voting on the floor on a bill to require a simple thing, that we know that only American citizens are voting in our American elections. That's what we're voting on this week, tomorrow. Now, you would think that some number of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle would be willing to work with us on such legislation. They bemoan that they're not getting an amendment offered. Well, let's be very clear. They offered one amendment, one, in the Committee of Jurisdiction, the House Admin Committee. You know how many Democrats were present? One, the ranking member. The ranking member offered the amendment. It went down 6-1. There was no real debate from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle because the only purpose of the amendment was to gut the bill. That was the only purpose. And then I heard bemoaning by our Democratic colleagues and the ranking member of the Rules Committee when we were up in the Rules Committee. And he said, well, we should be able to offer this amendment. Why? Your Democratic colleagues didn't even show up to the debate in the committee. And the whole purpose of the amendment is to gut the bill. Now, the bill, which has been strongly supported by the Speaker on down, strongly supported by his staff, strongly supported by the people who have worked on it hard, but none of that matters to the American people. The only thing that matters to the American people is it is legislation that would protect their constitutional right as a citizen to be the one who has a say in his or her government. Because what's happening right now is we are undermining the integrity of our elections and undermining our very republic by allowing non-citizens to vote. And indeed, some jurisdictions, Oakland, San Francisco, New York, indeed our nation's capital, is purposely or are purposely registering non-citizens to vote. Now they say, wink, wink, nod, nod, don't worry about it. We're only going to do that in state and local elections. We will not, of course, put them over in federal elections because that's against the law. Because my Democratic colleagues want to say, hey, you guys don't need this bill. It's already against the law for a non-citizen to vote in federal elections. True. However, number one, then what are you worried about? Why are you concerned? What's so problematic that you think it's bad that we try to put procedures in place to carry out the law you say is already in place? The truth is, you don't like that that law is in place. That's the truth about our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. We know this because Democratic jurisdictions across the country, as I said a minute ago, are registering non-citizens to vote in state and local elections. They want them to vote in federal elections. The problem is they have this pesky little issue with the American people, 81 to 87% of whom believe that only citizens should vote in American elections. Only American citizens should vote. So we have a bill before us on the floor of the House tomorrow that I believe is going to be opposed by virtually all or all of our Democratic colleagues. We'll see. I kind of dare them. To vote no on a bill supported by 81 to 87% of the American people. I dare them to vote no against a bill that says that only citizens, American citizens, should vote in American elections. Kind of dare them to go ahead and follow a president who has put out a policy against a bill, the purpose of which is to guarantee citizens are the ones who get to vote in American elections. We'll see. We'll see if our Democratic colleagues want to go to the polls in November, having rejected what clearly the vast majority of their constituents, even in the most liberal jurisdictions in the country, believe is right. But that's what's likely to occur tomorrow if you believe the news and you believe the accounts and you look at what the president's done and you look at the posturing of the House Democratic leadership. They are on the precipice of staking out a position of belief that non-citizens should be able to vote in our elections. That, of course, is not too surprising, given the extent to which a number of our Democratic colleagues have repeatedly talked about how it is beneficial for them to have non-citizens, indeed sometimes illegal aliens, voting in elections. Fact of the matter is, we know what has happened under the Biden administration as the American people have been endangered, as Americans have died, as Laken Riley has died, as numerous individuals have been killed, raped, murdered, assaulted across this country by people who have let out in this country illegally. We know that some 8 million illegal aliens have crossed the border under Biden's tenure. We know that some 5.3 million illegal aliens have been released by Joe Biden. We know that we've had massive numbers of criminal gang members, massive numbers of people affiliated with terrorist organizations. We know that we've had massive thousands of numbers of Chinese nationals who've come into our country. We know that our domestic crime is increasing. We know that we're being endangered. We know that people are being released. We know that we have criminals coming to our country. And yet we want to do one simple thing. We want to do one simple thing. We've been fighting them and trying to stop what they're doing, releasing people into the country. We passed H.R. 2. Democrats refuse to do anything about it. They refuse to move it. Chuck Schumer refuses to do it. Joe Biden doesn't even know what we're talking about. And here, our Democratic colleagues are poised to reject a bill to protect our elections, to ensure that only Americans vote in our elections. That should give everybody in this country pause and give them a glimpse into the soul of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle and what they think about citizenship. They don't respect citizenship. Our Democratic colleagues don't believe that citizenship matters. They don't believe that sovereignty matters. Because if you did, you wouldn't do this. If our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, if our Democratic colleagues had some small fix or even significant fix to believe that we could make our system better, we'd be all ears. If it was a legitimate exercise to say, yes, of course, we want to not only have it against the law for non-citizens to vote in our elections, as is currently the case, we want to make sure that we remove all federal barriers and indeed improve the situation and have requirements in place to guarantee that we can check and know and ensure that only citizens vote. But that's not what they're doing. The legislation that we put forward is pretty simple, the SAVE Act. It'll allow you to come forward prospectively. If you are going to vote this fall, you can go vote. You're in the system. But something changes, you move your address, you get married, something changes. At some point over the next few years, we require states to clean their voter rolls. But you go forward, you go want to register to vote, take a passport, take a military ID, take a real ID, all of which demonstrate your citizenship. If you don't have one of those, take your regular driver's license, get a copy of your birth certificate, get a copy of a adoption certificate or naturalization papers, go down, hey, I can register, I'm a citizen. There are 400,000 tombstones across the other side of the Potomac River who either gave the last full measure of devotion or risked the last full measure of devotion. I think you can take a few seconds to make sure that you demonstrate your citizenship to vote. But more than that, we put in massive safeguards. We give flexibility to states. We say, hey, if you want to do it and you come up with a better way to do it, you can bounce and check the federal systems. You can sign an affidavit as a government official saying, hey, we believe this is a citizen. We checked this is a citizen. They provided all the information necessary. Great. There are no barriers, no undue burdens, no restrictions on an ability of an American citizen to go and vote under our plan. What it will do is give not just increased confidence, but a return of belief, a belief in our system, a belief that they can actually trust elections, a belief that it is in fact their country. Because shouldn't we want this to be our country? Shouldn't we want to be proud and say, this is our country, these are our rules, you are welcome to come here under the terms of our invitation only, and you are going to follow the rules. And criminals are not going to be allowed here. And you're not going to be allowed to carry out criminal activities. You're not going to be allowed to murder, rape, and maim and steal. But if you're coming here and you're hardworking and you follow our rules, God bless you, come on in. But you're going to vote only if you're a citizen. The fact that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't want to guarantee that tells you everything you need to know. It gives up the whole game. It gives up the fact that our colleagues don't want sovereignty. They don't want that security. And that's the truth. There's a reason our colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to continue to throw blanket money at international organizations. Want to send endless supply of funds, blank checks to the United Nations, to the World Health Organization, to all of the NGOs that are funneling people into our country, endangering our own citizens, putting children into the sex trafficking trade. All of that is being done on purpose. All of that is being done because our colleagues on the other side of the aisle want it all to occur. There is no other explanation for it. I'm tired. I've been sitting here and watching for my entire time in Congress and watching this president, to the extent he even knows where the hell he is, destroy this country and endanger the people that I represent. Destroy and endanger Texas. That's what's happened. Nothing less. The President of the United States and the people who work for him have endangered our country. The Secretary of Homeland Security has endangered our country. Ask the now probably thousands, certainly hundreds of parents who are sitting there having lost loved ones, murdered, killed, or raped, or maimed, the tens of thousands of parents who have lost their kids to fentanyl poisoning. Ask any of them. Ask the cops. Ask the Border Patrol who want to do their job and are being told they can't and being accused of whipping Haitian migrants. That's what's happening. And here we are again. We're not even talking about securing the border in this bill. We're not talking about doing the things we should be doing as a sovereign nation. We're talking about doing the simplest thing. if you're a sovereign nation, and that is ensure the integrity of your elections and that only citizens can vote. So I'm proud of what the job the Republican Party has done and my Republican colleagues have done and the Speaker of the House has done in putting forward legislation that will solve the problem, that follows the law, defers where appropriate to states, sets a federal standard where it's appropriate with respect to federal elections only, follows the constitutional parameters, lays it all out in a way to protect our elections. This is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to protect our country. We are, in fact, the guardians of our country. We sit in this hallowed chamber. What on earth are we supposed to do but do the work of protecting the country? Which leads me to another point. Our country is in danger right now because the President of the United States no longer has the mental capacity to carry out the powers and the duties of the office. I get no great joy in saying that. It's true. It is appalling to watch the news media and my Democratic colleagues in this chamber, in the Senate, in the administration, ignore the reality of the state of the president's mental acuity, endangering the American people, and now suddenly wake up because there's an election in a few months. Suddenly go, oh, we need to do something about this. Why? Because there's an election in a few months. And even at that, unwilling to call the question. I would posit that they're unwilling to call the question because my Democratic colleagues, because the Democrats in the White House, indeed the First Lady, the Vice President of the United States, are all complicit. Are all complicit in covering up the lack of mental ability of the president, covering up the health, the mental health, the physical health of the president. And by doing this, they are endangering the American people. And indeed, they are unconstitutionally calling for president by committee. I heard the former Secretary of Homeland Security, Jay Johnson. I've heard numerous current administration staffers. I've heard numerous Democratic colleagues in the House and the Senate talk about how, don't worry, the president has some good people around him. Don't worry. There's a lot of really good people that are advising him. There's committees of people. First of all, I'm not blown away by the quality of the people surrounding the president. Second of all, that's not how it works. The founders firmly rejected, from memory, I think it's Alexander Hamilton in Federalist 70, firmly rejected the notion of president by committee, that it would endanger us, that you needed an executive, you needed a commander-in-chief to make the decisions. And a brief note to my colleagues on this side of the aisle who are saying, well, Chip, shh, don't say anything. Don't bring it up. We're in election season. They're falling on their own sword. They're blowing up. Let them blow up. What I'm concerned about blowing up is our country. If we're attacked and we have a president in the White House who can't respond, that job is not just from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. This matters. It matters that the President of the United States is at best questionable to make decisions when it matters. It is why the 25th Amendment exists, which of course requires the Vice President to take action, which I do not believe the Vice President will do, because the Vice President knows she is complicit in having hid from the American people the mental state of the President of the United States for years. This is not a political statement. As I've just noted, some people on my side of the aisle would rather I not say it. Shh. Let's just get to November. I just want our country to get to November. I want our country to get to December. I want our country to get to the next century. And when the President of the United States can't carry out the powers and the duties of the office without a committee of staff around him, when the press secretary of the White House today literally answered the question when asked by a reporter what would happen at 11 p.m. if nuclear weapons were fired at the United States, and her answer was, well, there's some really good people around him that would come and talk to him. That gives me a lot of pause. All of us who are in elected office have advisors, people we trust. Seek their advice, seek their counsel, but I can promise you, when you know what hits the fan, if I got to come down here and make a decision, I walk down here and make a decision. Because that's what we're hired to do. When you got to vote, you got to vote. When you got to come down and take action, you got to take action. And the President of the United States is uniquely in that position. The fact of the matter is, this administration has been being propped up, effectively a Manchurian candidate, being propped up with committees of people around the president, hiding and obfuscating the truth, making decisions that frankly should give all of us pause. And it's no wonder that the country is in such bad shape at the moment. Our country is being impoverished by the day. The Bureau of Labor Statistics found over the last year almost 1 million native-born Americans lost jobs on net. Americans are spending over $12,800 more annually to buy the basics because of the inflation under this administration. Mortgage rates are up to 7%. Housing affordability has plummeted to record lows. Gasoline up 55%, eggs up 40%, flour up 35%. Electricity is up 29%, baby food's up 29%, breakfast cereals up 25%. Bread is up 25%, chicken and poultry up 25%. Lunch meat's up 24%. Eating out is up 23%. Rent is up 21%. Used cars up 20%. Americans have lost over $4,400 paying higher energy costs under the president. The Biden administration announced they paused all non-FTA export permit applications for liquefied natural gas. What do you think that does? It doesn't help us. We're involved in endless conflicts, funding them. Nobody in this chamber wants Ukraine to lose to Russia, but nobody in this chamber wants to continue to fund a perpetual war by an administration that is out of touch while the American people are suffering. Biden has sold off more than 40% of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and in 2023, stockpile at the SPR plunged to 40-year lows. The fact of the matter is, this administration is failing the American people. Republicans have, for the last 18 months in this Congress for sure, if not the duration of the Biden administration, but certainly the last 18 months, been putting forward responsible, strong policies that the President of the United States and my Democratic colleagues are rejecting. We have worked hard to put forward the Limit, Save, Grow, which would have dramatically turned around the economic situation, dramatically reduced spending, dramatically reduced the size of the bureaucracy, dramatically improved our energy prices and competition around the globe, which, by the way, would have had an impact in Ukraine, which would have helped us push back on Russia. We passed responsible appropriations bills. We got caps enacted and put in place. The defense bill is funded. The increase in defense spending is funded out of taking cuts out of the IRS expansion that Democrats wanted to foist on hardworking Americans and took money out of remaining COVID funds. Non-defense was then held flat. We passed H.R. 2, a responsible border security bill, which would have ended the releases of people into the United States. It would have tightened down on parole and asylum. It would have ended the releases of unaccompanied children. It would have treated them responsibly. It would have reduced the power of cartels. It would have reduced sex trafficking. And it would have kept people like Lake and Riley alive. We did that. We passed H.R. 2. Our Democratic colleagues opposed it. They opposed it in the Senate, and they opposed it here. This Republican conference has passed appropriation bill after appropriation bill to be rejected by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. We have passed thousands of amendments. We passed 7 appropriations bills last year. We've passed a number of appropriations bills this year, and we're continuing to pass them. We're doing the work the American people sent us here to do with zero help from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And frankly, I'm proud of the work that we've been putting forward that's been being rejected by our Democratic colleagues. I haven't always agreed. I've been very clear on this floor. You got to deliver results. You got to get some things across the finish line. You got to be willing to hold the line and fight and use the power of the purse. There's more that we can do. But make no mistake about it. We have been putting forward good bills to make our economy stronger. We would have driven down, if our legislation had been adopted by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle and the president, inflation would be down, the border would be secure, people would be enjoying much more affordable energy, job creation would be up, people's lives and quality of lives would be better, more Americans would be secure on the streets. And today, this week, we have on the floor a bill that would protect voting and ensure that only citizens vote. And again, if our colleagues on the other side of the aisle would work with us, we could do that. We could restore belief in our system. These are all the things that we've been working on, working to try to do. And right now, our Democratic colleagues are wrapped around the axle trying to figure out what to do about their president. Because with all due respect, they're not putting America first. The President of the United States right now is not putting America first. The Vice President of the United States is not putting America first. The Cabinet is not putting America first. Because if you were going to put America first, if you were going to put Americans first, then you would call it like you see it. You would act. You would lead. You would do what everyone in America knows needs to be done. Everyone with eyes who have been watching the president. And again, I take no joy in saying it. He is our president. I disagree with him a lot. But he is our president. And the President of the United States needs to be strong and coherent and capable and able to lead in an increasingly dangerous world. And notwithstanding the horrible policies that have been promoted and pushed by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, can we not just agree that the President of the United States should be mentally aware and competent to carry out the powers and duties of the office? Will our colleagues on the other side of the aisle and in the administration not look at this the way every American is seeing this right now? Even the most politically biased people in the media and around the country are looking at this and throwing their hands up and saying, what's going on? Admittedly, it's because they're panicking about the elections in November, when what it should be is that they're panicked about the state of our country and whether or not we can be safe and secure. In the book of Acts, it is noted that Paul was a Roman citizen. The Roman authorities put him in chains and were about to flog him without a trial. But when he said that he was born a citizen, they let him go. Even though he was spreading the message of a hated and distrusted religious minority, but citizenship meant a great deal. One of the things that eventually led to the downfall of the Roman Empire was the fact that over the next few centuries after that, citizenship meant less and less and less, until it meant almost nothing, and its people no longer knew how to preserve the civilization their ancestors had built. We cannot let the same thing happen here. Citizenship matters. Being a citizen of this country matters. It matters in observing the White House. It matters in citizens voting in elections. It matters in the policies we put forward to put the American people first. Citizenship has to matter again. With that, I yield back.
Yields. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities. Does the member wish to make a motion?
I'd move to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. And accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for an hour debate.